new tornado watch has been issued.
All right, testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Let me know in the chat, and we will get it going. We are live now, once again on the Ryan Hall Y'all channel, talking about severe thunderstorms. This is a non-tropical severe weather system that we're tracking in the plains today on this October 30th, 2024. It's currently 4:47 Eastern. And we are already dealing with a bunch of severe weather out here. Now, real quick, I want to show you the main thing that we're talking about today is this big enhanced risk of severe weather that we are tracking throughout this evening, this afternoon and this evening. Through portions of Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma. There's a big slight risk outside of that that goes from Des Moines all the way down to Dallas. And we're concerned about the strong damaging winds and large hail, which is something that we're going to talk a lot about right here in a second with the storms that we've got right now. But we also have the very real tornado risk. Look at this, the tornado outlook for today, a very large 10% hatched risk is now in effect from Topeka all the way down to Oklahoma City. This includes Wichita as well. And basically what that means is that there's a 10% probability of seeing a tornado within 25 miles of any given point in the yellow area. And the hatch risk just means that we also could see some of those storms potentially being strong, damaging tornadoes, EF2 damage or greater. So we're pretty concerned about the real threat for severe weather this evening. Is this a real Elijah update here? The lights are orange. Elijah, you got something?
Yes. Yes, I do. Storm chasers are currently reporting a tornado on the ground near Orietta, Oklahoma. It's in the destructive severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay, thank you so much, Elijah. We're already getting started. Once again, here, guys, we're probably going to have our first tornado warning here soon, as we've got this storm right here that is in Garfield, Major, Alfalfa, and Woods counties in Oklahoma. We've got a pretty large storm here that's causing some problems. First of all, we do have a tornado probably down with this, and then also it's a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Okay. And what that means is it's a PDS severe thunderstorm warning, right? We've got 80-mile-per-hour winds possibly with this, 1.25-inch in diameter hail. And this is moving up towards Lahoma and Helena. Okay, if you know where the Stewart Farms Airport is, you know exactly where some of the stronger winds are about to go. Also, if you guys know where the Chamberlain School is, or the Cornezelin, I think I'm saying that right, the Cornezelin Elementary School, that's going to be more where we're dealing with the strong winds. Now, this storm also has a very real signature on it that could, indicate that we're going to have several tornado situations out of this this one could be a storm that produces multiple tornadoes as it goes, farther into the future. So we're looking out in Clio Springs. We're looking out in Helena and Nash, maybe all the way up there towards Pond Creek. You guys are essentially in the path of this thing as we go forward. Right now, though, everybody, if you're near the Salt Plains National Wildlife Refuge, all of us have to be concerned at least about the 1.25 inch in diameter hail and the 80-mile-per-hour winds associated with the storm. And we also believe that there very well could be a tornado in there as well. Let's see here. All right, yeah, so Oriena, Oklahoma. Let's see here, 1 second. All right, so yeah, if you're just now tuning in, what we're zoomed in on here is a PDS severe thunderstorm warning for Garfield, Major, Alfalfa, Woods, all these counties in Oklahoma, and we're watching out for a tornado, a potential tornado in here, and also a very large area of destructive winds. Now, that's not the only thing that we've got going on right now. We've got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning just behind that down here in Blaine County. We've got 70-mile-per-hour winds possible down here near Canton, Oakwood, Okeen, Oklahoma. Another considerable severe thunderstorm warning farther south from that. This is down here in Kiowa County, Beckham, Harmon, Washita County, Oklahoma. This is what we're dealing with down here with Magnum, Hobart, and New Cordell. All of you guys are potentially going to be getting in on a strong storm capable of producing inch in diameter hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds over the next little bit. This is going to expire in about 45 minutes. So I would say 45 minutes to an hour is when it gets to Hobart. If you know where the Twin Lakes Ranch Airport is, you know exactly where the strongest part of the storm is getting ready to go. We've got a pretty strong storm also up here near Clinton, Oklahoma, that currently isn't producing a severe thunderstorm warning, but we do have a special weather statement. I think that's probably going to get updated here fairly soon for areas like Thomas, Oklahoma. Make sure you guys are getting ready for that. Now, it's not just Oklahoma. Right? It's not just Oklahoma. Let me come back over here and show you this huge area that we're talking about today. 5 million people are, in the impact area for potentially seeing severe thunderstorms today, capable of producing large tornadoes, damaging hail, and damaging winds. This includes Kansas City, Tulsa, Wichita, Overland, and then this goes all the way out until late tonight. It'll be late tonight before it makes it to Kansas City and Tulsa, for example, or later this evening, I should say. Late tonight, it could make it as far east as Jefferson City, Springfield, and Dallas, and Garland and Plano, Texas, where we have a slight risk of severe weather. So we are tracking this thing through and through. There's going to be multiple different threats. Right now, we're dealing with multiple different areas of strong winds and hail. Pretty soon, we're going to be talking about the tornado threat growing pretty rapidly as well, as we've already had one instance where we believe there's a tornado in Oklahoma not too long ago. That storm is still down, and it is still capable of, having a tornado associated with it, okay? Tornado watch. Here's what we're dealing with as far as our tornado watches go. All right, this is one of them. A few tornadoes are likely, with a couple intense tornadoes possible. This is our tornado watch that's valid until 9 p.m. Central tonight. If you're anywhere in that box, you are in the danger zone tonight. Scattered damaging winds with isolated significant gusts up to 75 miles per hour is possible. 2.5 inch in diameter hail is possible as well. So that's one of our tornado watches there. There's another severe thunderstorm watch with a few tornadoes possible that'll go until 7 p.m. A little bit farther to the north. This includes St. Joseph and Des Moines and places like that. And we've just got our first tornado warning. Here we go. And it's in Iowa. A
tornado warning has been issued.
Just as we were talking about the potential for a few tornadoes in Iowa. So we've got a tornado warning for Marion, Lucas, and Warren counties in Iowa. Take shelter now if you haven't already. There's actually a decent amount of rotation down here. We do have storm chaser Caleb Beecham out there. He is in, where is he? He's in Lucas County, Iowa. I don't think he's necessarily on that storm, but we do have somebody in Iowa. And if you are in Iowa right now in Marion, Lucas, or Warren counties, you're in a pretty dangerous situation. Make sure you are getting to shelter, especially if you're down there around the Knoxville Airport or the Brush College or the Dallas Center School. Okay. More specifically, I think the Brush College area is right around where the most intense rotation is right now. If this is going to produce a tornado, it's going to happen near New Bern, move up towards Cloud, Melchior, Dallas, Gosport, and then eventually go up towards Knoxville in Iowa. Okay, so we do have Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham out there, and we have several other storm chasers that we're going to be working with later today as well. But we also, of course, have the cameras thanks to the Kansas Department of Transportation, the Iowa Department of Transportation, and the Oklahoma Department of Transportation that we're going to be watching as we go through the evening. Give me just 1 second here, and I will remove the hurricane thing. There we go. Okay. And then what else do I need to fix on this one before we get too deep in here? If you're just now tuning in, this is live severe weather coverage. We've got a big time system. Honestly, our first non-tropical severe weather and potentially tornado outbreak in a while. So we're going to be here with you all evening. Copy the image, open in new tab. Bear with me. We're doing some live production work. And I think we're about to see potentially quite a few tornado warnings in rapid succession here. So prepare yourselves. If you live out here, don't be scared. Be prepared. Make sure you've got a plan in place so you know what you're going to do before the storm or before the warning comes through. Don't get caught with if you get caught unprepared, that's how you end up scared, right? We always say, don't be scared, be prepared. The way that people are scared is usually because they're unprepared. They don't know what's going on. They don't have a plan in place. If somebody tells you there's a tornado coming for you and you haven't thought about it, right? You haven't thought about what you're going to do in that situation. You get overwhelmed. You can very easily get scared, right? So if you prepare now, go over with the family. If you're at work, go over with the coworkers. What are we going to do if Ryan starts hooting and hollering about our county here? All right. And then if you've got that in place, your odds of being okay, and even in a worst case scenario, go up significantly. And hopefully people are doing that right now in Iowa, because this is a pretty serious looking storm here. Tornado warning once again for Marion, Lucas, and Warren counties in Iowa. And we've got a very real, mesocyclone right here, a very real look for a potential tornado coming right up towards Knoxville, and especially the Melchior, Dallas area. I hope I'm saying that right. So we've also got another storm a little bit farther down to the south and west. Actually a lot farther to the south and west in Oklahoma. Garfield, Major, Alfalfa, and Woods County in Oklahoma. This one is our destructive severe thunderstorm warning right now, capable of producing up to 80 mile per hour winds for places like Helena. Of course, Gultry is included in that, and the Salt Plains National Wildlife Area. We've got a tornado watch in place, and we've got a very large enhanced risk of severe weather and a slight risk as well. This is what that looks like on a larger screen, I guess you could say. Give me just a second. I'm going to fix the thing here. Multi-view. All right. All right. So where's everybody watching from? If you are tuned in right now, and hopefully we've got a lot of people watching from Kansas and from Missouri and from Oklahoma. But if you're watching from somewhere else, drop your location in the chat. This is tradition here on the channel. We like to get an idea of where everybody's tuning in from. Got Northern Kentucky, obviously lots of Missouri, Alabama, Iowa, Ohio. Well, thank you for tuning in. We are going to be here with you once again throughout the majority of the evening. This is going to be a pretty large severe weather system that is going to be, it's going to take a long time for it to, well, I guess I shouldn't say a long time. We're used to our hurricane coverage here recently where we're kind of focusing on the same storm for 24, 48 hours. This is not going to be anything like that, but it is going to take several hours for it to meander out of here. But once again, we got millions of people under the gun for significant severe weather. And we're going to be here for you for the whole thing. Right now, the most significant thing that we've got going on, two things. PDS severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma, 80-mile-per-hour winds possible in places like Major County. And then we've got our tornado warning ongoing here in Marion, Lucas, and Warren counties in Iowa. This one is looking a little bit better now. Honestly, the velocity scans don't look as concerning as they did just a moment ago, but this thing can pick right back up. So if we're in Knoxville, Iowa, we are taking shelter. Chandra, I'm just now seeing your message. Have you refreshed it and it's working now? Let me know in the ear. National Weather Service in Norman says treats severe thunderstorm warnings this afternoon as if they were tornado warnings. Every storm's going to be dangerous this afternoon. We currently have 1 tornado warning and 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. And look how the storms are just now starting to barely enter into the area of concern. You see the dark shaded orange area. The storms are just now working their way in there. So the situation starts now as far as what we're expecting. Chandra, I didn't hear you. What was that? Is it working or not? Okay. Nothing in Mississippi. If you're in Oklahoma, yeah, you should definitely be weather aware tonight. The situation looked like it was going to be more Kansas focused this morning and yesterday. And don't get me wrong, we're still obviously concerned about a very big chunk of eastern Kansas, but it's actually the hardest hit area. It looks like it's expanded to the south a little bit, and it does include Tulsa and Oklahoma City. The storms that are producing the big hail and the destructive severe thunderstorm warnings right now are in more western Oklahoma. Those are going to be the ones that move into central Oklahoma and cause problems here in the next little bit. Wow. So about 20 minutes ago, 5 miles northwest of Fairview, Oklahoma, a 76 mile per hour wind gust was reported or recorded. I should say, from a Mesonet site. So those storms over there in Oklahoma are packing a punch. And that's why we've got the PDS, the severe thunderstorm warning, and just a large amount of severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect over here for all those counties we just mentioned in Oklahoma. I'm going to go through them all again right here in just a moment. But first, I want to test something out. YALBot's got a new capability here. Let's test it out real quick. 1 second. Yeah, go ahead, YALBot.
Hey Ryan, got some fresh info for you. Recorded a 76 miles per hour wind gust at 4:40 p.m. Eastern Time, just northwest of Fairview, Oklahoma. Looks like Oklahoma's showing off again.
Obviously, we're not going to have it do that for everything, but we're just we're baking in as much features as we can into old YALBot there. You gotta advance with the times. All right, it's not my fault. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so with that storm in Oklahoma, there is still reports that at least maybe another tornado or the same tornado is still on the ground from 3 minutes ago now. It just crossed 412 according to storm chasers.
Okay. Thank you, Riley, or Elijah. So the storm that we were talking about, the one that still has the PDS severe thunderstorm warning on it, still does look like it's trying to produce a tornado if it's not. So we don't have a tornado warning for that. We do have a tornado possible kind of situation on that PDS severe thunderstorm warning. However, we've gotten a lot of convincing reports saying that there might be something going on down here. So that's why, what the National Weather Service was saying about treat every severe thunderstorm warning as if it were a tornado warning, that really means a lot today, and that's something that we should actually live by as we continue to watch these storms come in. And yeah, I'm seeing some of those pictures now, some pictures and videos. And yeah, there's definitely something going on out there. So if we are in the Helena area, Hillsdale, Carrier, Lahoma, Ringwood, any place like that, make sure you are taking shelter, because, hey, even though we're not under a tornado warning in Garfield, Major, or Woods counties in Oklahoma, you should probably still treat any PDS severe thunderstorm warning as if it was a tornado warning, even on a day where the National Weather Service doesn't explicitly recommend that, right? This is it's going to be a dangerous storm, even if we don't have a tornado in there. So we just got it extended out to Pond Creek. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning now for, let's see here. Let me load this up. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning now for Grant, Garfield, Alfalfa, Kay, all these counties in Oklahoma. And this is going to be for 1 inch in diameter hail. All right, 1 inch in diameter hail, 70 mile per hour winds. So some of the strongest parts of this storm are going to move through Hillsdale here soon, and then go into Nash and then Pond Creek. If you know where the FW Zalodek Airport is, that's where the strongest winds are headed towards right now. Additionally, if you know where the Deer Creek Junior Senior High School is, you guys are also in the direct path of potentially 70 mile per hour winds. Just in case you needed some visual to go along with that warning, The Artipan, hey Ryan, quick question. St. Louis looks to be getting hit around 3 to 4 a.m. Is it going to die down? Yeah, so by the time it gets to St. Louis, still looking at a chance for some severe weather, but it is going to die down. It is going to die down. Damaging winds are definitely going to be the main threat. The tornado threat's going to be quite a bit lower by the time it gets over there. Look at this shelf cloud. Nathan Moore over there in Oklahoma. So this is actually the considerable severe thunderstorm warning that we've been tracking. This is it. Hey, Joan, thank you. Yeah, there were some big storms in Iowa earlier. Caleb, storm chaser Caleb Beecham in Hall Force 1 has been out chasing all morning. He was in a very intense storm not too long ago, but right when we were about to start the stream, things started to calm down a little bit, so we waited until some of the main event storms started to spark up here, and I think that that's happening now. We're going to continue to see more severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings through the evening. Just to show you real quick, and also I got to test this out. There's so many different things that we've been working on that we got to test out. Production, put Nathan in 1. Let's see if we can turn the warnings off, turn the radar off, and load up models. Let's turn lightning off. All right. All right, so this is kind of what we're looking at as we go through the rest of the night, right? So right here, we are about 5 p.m. You can see that we've got storms stretching from Des Moines and areas just east of Des Moines. Near Cedar Rapids. They get a little bit more intense the farther south and west you go. We've got storms back here in Oklahoma. What happens when we push this forward to, let's say 6 or 7 p.m.? Well, the storms are going to get a little bit stronger, all right? And we're going to be dealing with a little bit more in the way of strong damaging winds in the Topeka area and Wichita. This is also when we expect to see maybe some stronger storms that are capable of producing tornadoes, especially down there near Wichita. The stronger storms, and as of right now, maybe, in my opinion, the most likely storms to produce tornadoes will be moving into the central Oklahoma area, closer to 9 Eastern to 10 Eastern, all right? And then these are going to be moving through Norman, through Shawnee, and eventually moving through Tulsa by around midnight. And then at midnight, this is going to be moving into Joplin as well. The strongest storms will be moving into Kansas City closer to 9 p.m. They'll make it to Jefferson City and Quincy about 2 a.m. And then like we were talking about, somebody just asked about St. Louis. It'll be 3 or 4 a.m. before the storms get to you, but the storms will be a lot weaker by that time. So the strongest part of this storm system, the most concerning part, really starts right now and lasts all the way through, I would say, 11 p.m. And then things really start to wind down. We're going to see a lot of damaging wind problems, I think, after midnight, but the tornado threat is going to be quite low, I think, as we go deep into the early morning hours tomorrow. So we're in tornado mode for the next, probably 5 hours or so, 5 or 6 hours. But we're also going to be watching the damaging winds and hail regardless of the current tornado threat. So just keep that in mind. We still do have 1 tornado warning ongoing right now, and Caleb Beecham is actually really close to that. So Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham, if I come over here to the 3 view, you can see his camera right there. He's in Lucas County, Iowa, north of Sheraton. Okay, and he's going to be moving into that tornado warning pretty soon. So if this thing is producing a tornado, we'll see from his vantage point here before too long. So that tornado warning out here did just get changed a little bit. You can see that it got smaller, but they are going to allow it to remain in effect until 4:30 p.m. for southern Marion County. Let's see here. Wichita, Kansas here. Yeah, we do expect that the storms are going to be pretty intense by the time they make it to Wichita, Kansas. Wichita is one of those places where, the tornado threat's decent there this evening. And also, if we don't get tornadoes, we're almost certainly going to get problems with straight line damaging winds. So there's no situation where Wichita comes out of this without some sort of a strong storm, Since it's been a little bit since we've talked about them, here's some more information about those risks. We've been talking a lot today about a slight risk or an enhanced risk of severe weather, which is what we have today. That's when we've got high confidence that several storms will contain damaging winds, severe hail, and or tornadoes. Several of the storms could be significant. Scattered to numerous severe storms are expected. How bad could the worst storms be? This is a good way to put it. An enhanced risk of severe weather is similar to intense storms that you would normally experience in your area once or twice per year. So think of like, okay, every year there's probably one or two storms that you can remember, and it's like, oh, that was a pretty big storm. It's a pretty bad storm. That's kind of what we're looking at here. If we ever have a moderate or a high risk, those high risks are very rare. That's very intense storms that your area may only experience once or twice in a lifetime. So, we're in a 3 out of 5 right now with the enhanced risk. The reason that we're live right now, and the reason why we're, dedicating resources and, storm chasers, and the reason why we're really trying to get out ahead of this one to help people out is because this enhanced risk is driven by the tornado threat. So, tornadoes are obviously, we need to make sure people know whenever tornadoes are coming. So anytime we get an enhanced risk that is associated with a tornado threat, we'll likely be live here. Yeah, there's some places that'll see more than 2 high risks in a lifetime. But for example, my area here where I live, the last time we were in a high risk was 12 years ago. 12 years ago. And then before that, it was, I don't know if we were ever under a high risk before that. So it makes a lot of sense for a lot of areas, except for maybe Mississippi and Oklahoma. Yep, we still got this one tornado warning here we're watching. No significant updates with it other than our storm chaser, Caleb Beecham. You see that little pink dot right there? That's him. So he's getting close to it. He's going to try to get in there and inspect it. Looks like he's going to come in through the rear. So we're not going to see anything but rain until he gets right up underneath it, if there's anything to see at all. Also, this thing is moving. It's moving northeast at 30 miles per hour, so he could catch up with it. He could catch up. A low wall cloud was reported on the Iowa tornado warning. No touchdowns as far as we know so far. Hopefully, whenever that little bit of rotation makes it out of the polygon there, we are going to not see any more tornado warnings out of this one. But we'll see what happens. They could issue a new tornado warning for Harvey. So we're gonna keep our eyes and ears open here. I'm gonna try Y'allbot one more time here. We just got some new information. Let me test this out. See if this is gonna work. And you guys let me know what you think of Y'allbot.
Hey Ryan, got some fresh wind reports for you. Earlier today, around 5:04 p.m. Eastern, 3 miles southwest of Isabella, Oklahoma, saw 58 miles per hour. And at 4:44 p.m. Eastern, 2 miles south-southeast of Orienta, Oklahoma, winds reached 63 miles per hour. Sounds like Oklahoma's keeping us on our toes.
That is so wild. So yeah, those are real storm reports that are coming in, and we're going to try to organize all of that for you and then go through it again at some point as they continue to come in. Obviously, Elijah is going to help with that. But I think another storm that we've got to keep our eye on here is the one down here near Confidence and Russell in Iowa, a very large and broad area of rotation, but it's something that could technically tighten up as it goes up closer towards Aliba and Moravia. And we still do have that PDS severe thunderstorm warning for Major County, Oklahoma. 80 mile per hour winds moving into Lahoma now. So yeah, some people say the bot is creepy. I think that you just, I mean, you know, we're in the movie iRobot. It's reality now. There's nothing we can do about it. Yeah, no, the Y'allbot's not doing anything that people could do. It's watching a bunch of random obscure APIs and, you know, discerning information in a very quick way. And also it just helps me pronounce town names and stuff like that. It's supposed to be a helpful addition to what we do here, but also it's supposed to be kind of a joke. I think it's funny. Yep, just one tornado warning right now. I think they're going to allow that to expire as the rotation goes out of the polygon, but we're still waiting to see if that's the case. All of the storms over here in Oklahoma are honestly, none of them are rotating very much, so I don't see any imminent tornado concerns out of them. However, the storms are getting stronger, so we're definitely going to continue to see these potentially destructive and considerable severe thunderstorm warnings get issued. The ones that I would watch the closest for potential tornadic development over the next little bit are going to be the more southwestern ones, the ones moving towards Hobart, New Cordell, Weatherford, and those areas. These are the ones that will eventually impact the Oklahoma City area later, and that's probably when they will be at their strongest. Y'allbot is all fun and games until it becomes self-aware. Oh, man. I'm trying to think of how we would even know. Yeah, that is when you see the lights change to a color that's not assigned to Andy or Elijah or Riley or any of these guys, and I say go ahead, and Y'allbot speaks without any sort of other direction, then that we might be going too far. If it's listening and deciding on its own when it wants to talk. What's the Y'allbot running on? Yeah, it's OpenAI, advanced voice, and it's just tied into all of the National Weather Service data, and it does listen. It listens to what I'm saying for context. So honestly, it's also just a fun project to work on. Yeah, if you're just now tuning in, we're watching these storms. They're still popping up. They're still getting, going. We're not 100% into the thick of it just yet. But we've got a lot of warnings out there. The biggest one, the most important one, the most significant warning right now is going to be that PDS severe thunderstorm warning over here near Major, Oklahoma, Major County near Lahoma. This is where we still expect that there are some places that could be experiencing 70 mile per hour winds or greater. Some of those winds are also moving up into the Pond Creek area, and that's actually, if you look at Nathan's stream, that's about where he is. He's just at the south of Pond Creek, right in front of the storm as it comes in. Look at that. This is moving into Kremlin, Oklahoma right now. So this is what you can expect in Pond Creek and Jefferson over the next little bit. The specific warning for that part of the storm is a considerable severe thunderstorm moving towards where Nathan is right now, capable of producing 70 mile per hour winds and 1 inch in diameter hail. Hail damage to vehicles is expected, and tree damage is likely, and damage to mobile homes. Yeah, you'd think it was early May. No, this is normal. Fall tornado season is a thing. I get this. We do this every year, and people are always like, "What? Tornadoes in fall? What's going on?" Like it's literally like it's just as common as spring, almost in some of these areas. Go ahead, Elijah. Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. So I can report at least that there's no damage from the possible QLCS tornado, which hit the truck stop from the Twisters movie. Yes, that is actually where we were talking about that possible tornado earlier. It potentially hit around the area of the Twisters truck stop. So if you've seen the movie Twisters, you actually are looking at the area that this tornado possibly passed by.
Wow. Okay, thank you, Elijah. Interesting stuff. How many of you did see that movie? And what did you think about it? Ryan, will Andy be popping on? Yeah, absolutely. Meteorologist Andy Hill is here. Riley's here. Caleb is here. Everybody's here. All right, we're just watching and we're waiting. This is the part of the stream where we talk about Y'allbot. And we talk about the latest, considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. Hopefully we don't have a tornado outbreak today. That's always the goal. Then we're just going to have a nice conversation about the weather. We're going to let you know where these damaging winds are going to go. We're going to see some amazing things through the storm chaser cameras. But hopefully nothing bad happens, right? That's always the goal. But that's kind of, we're in the beginning stages of what might be a very significant severe weather outbreak. We liked Twisters. I liked it too. I thought it was really cool. Obviously everybody in my position or in this industry loves the original one. I do too. Some people were offended. Like some people are like, oh, the original, you know, you can't get better than that. I honestly thought the new one was more fun to watch. Probably wasn't as good of a movie, like technically, but it was more fun to watch. Yeah, and like it was so inspired by like whoever made that movie, whoever wrote that movie was really paying attention to the current landscape of weather, right? Like you had the weather YouTubers, you had essentially Reed Timmer, right? You had yeah, like it was pretty well put together. And as somebody who worked, my whole life revolves around this stuff. Hey, obviously it was unrealistic. You know, there were some things that's like, you know, no way. But of course it's a movie. Hey, the lights are white. Does that mean we got something from Caleb?
Yeah, Ryan, I just want to give you a quick update from my point of view. So that tornado warning here in Iowa was able to expire. And it looks like any sort of rotation where that tornado warning was, it's pretty much weeded itself out. I think at this point what I'm going to do is head east a little bit and try and stay in front of that more southern part of the line where that more broad rotation is, just in case we end up seeing a tornado warning down there, and then I can drop south and get right in front of it, hopefully to be able to give you guys a view if something happens.
All right, thank you so much, Caleb. Guys, that's Storm Chaser extraordinaire, Caleb Beecham. You know, essentially the main character of Twisters. You know that person, you know Caleb. All right. I know him very well. He lived here in vicinity of the weather house for a while, and he just had to go out there closer to the storms, and I get that. I get it. So now he's out there pretty much every time we stream. We've got Caleb in Hall Force 1 tracking them down. And also it's very nice because all of our storm chasers right now are in pretty much the same place, right? Caleb is on the periphery. He's up there giving us some eyes in Iowa, which is actually really useful. Actually our only tornado warning so far has been in Iowa. Tortoise says that there were no antennas connected to the radios in that movie. Well, who were they talking to? I don't know, man. It don't matter. It's supposed to be a fun movie, and it was. You put baby powder in a tornado, and it goes away. Like, that's, you know, wouldn't we all love that? We would be, Caleb would be out there with a bunch of baby powder right now, trying to make that happen if it was real. But, like, the reality just ain't that fun. Oh, what it wasn't baby powder. It was. Oh, okay. You know what? Actually, that might work. No, I'm just joking. Okay, so now we don't have any we don't have any PDS severe thunderstorm warnings at this point. We do still have ourselves a considerable severe thunderstorm warning though. How many of you guys know what I'm talking about when I say that? Do you know what the heck I'm talking about? Do you know the difference between a considerable and a destructive and just a regular severe thunderstorm warning? Because I feel like some people might not, and that might be confusing whenever I talk about it. But also, if you're watching this right now, believe it or not, we've got a whopping 30,000 people watching, which is actually on the lower end of what we would normally have. But if you're one of the 30,000 strong, the core people that are here, during the Yalbot portion of the stream, then you probably are pretty, you're probably a weather weenie. You're probably a little bit of a nerd, So I guess that you guys do know. But if you don't, I would love to go over it here in just a moment. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan. We did just get a new tornado watch. I'm only bringing it up because last time we saw that weird delay. So I figured while we have some downtime here, that's an important thing to take a look at.
Thank you, Riley. Just pulled it up. A few tornadoes likely. This one goes out until 10 p.m. Central. Scattered wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour. Isolated hail up to ping pong size. Possible. 2.9 million people in the path. This is Kansas City. This is Topeka. Okay. So we're going to be here with you guys covering this storm until at least 10 p.m. Once this gets past Kansas City. If it doesn't look like it's going to be a big deal in Tulsa, if things look like maybe they're quite manageable, we might end it around the time the storms get past Kansas City. However, I am completely fine with being here however long we need to be. Hurricane season has really, it's really gotten me, what am I trying to say? It's conditioning, right? Like doing all the hurricane streams
watch has been issued.
Makes it seem like not a big deal to do what's an 8-hour severe weather stream? It's nothing. All right, here's okay, let's do the thing. Let's talk about the damage threat categories. All right, so severe thunderstorm warnings. For a long time, it only ever meant one thing, right? Like how many severe thunderstorm warnings have you been under? Like a bunch, right? But like sometimes it seems like it's barely even a storm, and then sometimes a tree falls on your house. You know what I'm saying? There's a big difference between severe thunderstorm warnings. They all deserve to be warned, but we're starting to add more classifications to the warnings so that you know better, what to expect. So a base severe thunderstorm warning, not considerable or not destructive, just a regular severe thunderstorm warning, is a storm where we expect winds to be about 58 miles per hour or a little bit greater, and also maybe around 1 inch in diameter hail. The moment that we start expecting golf ball size hail or larger, 1.75 inch in diameter hail, then we put that considerable, or the National Weather Service puts that considerable tag on the warning, meaning that maybe this one is a little bit more of a serious situation than your typical severe thunderstorm warning. Also, the same thing will happen if we expect winds to be over 70 miles per hour. Now, if you get baseball size hail expected out of a storm or 80 mile per hour winds, that's a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That's when you get that PDS severe thunderstorm warning. That's what we were dealing with in Marion or Major County, Oklahoma, not too long ago. So a lot of times towns nowadays will sound the tornado sirens in a destructive severe thunderstorm warning because 80 mile per hour winds and baseballs flying around will do damage, like life-threatening damage to communities. So you got to treat that just the same as you would a tornado. So yeah, that's the WEA thing. The yes there means that they're pushing the alerts that would trigger those sirens and the alerts on your phone and stuff like that. Wireless alert messages will be activated on mobile devices whenever a destructive severe thunderstorm warning is issued. So you won't get them with a regular severe thunderstorm warning, and that's probably good. If every time there was any garden variety severe thunderstorm warning we all got, our phones blew up, we probably would hate that. We'd turn it off and, we wouldn't pay attention to it. In this situation, it's not like that.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Panther, thank you so much for that. Very generous of you. It says, hey, Ryan, greetings from Poland. Shout out to you. Thank you for tuning in. Random Pie says, personally, I put my tornadoes out with absorbent kitty litter. You know, that probably would have made the movie even better if that was the case. Mia Squirtle says, dang right, I'm a weather nerd, Ryan. Yeah. Once again, if you're here right now, you know, if things start going crazy here in a little bit, you'll see those the viewer count go up. All those people are not weather weenies, okay? It's you guys. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this. It's okay, though. You know, you're in good company. Store or secure loose items before strong winds. And this is something that I would be doing if I was anywhere in the dark orange tonight. Maybe even the yellow as well. But certainly Kansas City, Tulsa, Oklahoma City, Topeka, Wichita. The storms are about to move into Wichita right now. Let's get a couple on, Chandra, let's get on the west side of Wichita. Let's get a couple cameras up so we can watch this as it comes in. Currently, no warning associated with that, so it's not expected to be intense, but definitely a stronger storm's moving into the western side of Wichita right now. Our most intense severe thunderstorm warning, or our most intense storm right now, is in Grant, Garfield, and Alfalfa counties in Oklahoma. We've got 70-mile-per-hour winds possible here, moving into the Lamont area. The Deer Creek Elementary School, you guys are in the path here. You see how the storm kind of resembles a backward C here. This is the cool air coming in on the backside. This is very indicative of a damaging wind producing storm. So right now, the strong winds are happening there near the Crittenbrink landing strip, if you know where that is, near Jefferson, north of Pond Creek, and that's moving over towards Lamont right now. Nathan Moore is in the middle of that, a little bit farther to the south. He's down here near Kremlin. But you can see that the storm's pretty strong down there as well. Dan Scott, thanks for being a member for 19 months. Riley Dibble, been a member for 32 months. That's the Riley we all know. No. Melanie says, thanks for the explanation, Ryan, but where on the severe weather scale is the new DVD sized hail? So there's not a classification for that yet. Maybe one day we'll have super destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. But right now it's just destructive. Baseball or bigger. Get out. I was trying to think of a phrase. But I couldn't. Every time somebody mentions DVDs. And this is legit. We had a stream where we were expecting DVD-sized hail. And one of the number one questions we had to answer was, what is a DVD? And these people were being serious. no fault to them. It's just, I guess, it's the first sign of getting old. Floppy disk size hail is that would definitely throw some people off. Yeah, DVDs. No, a lot. Some people don't know, man. Some people don't know. Yeah, so this won't be the only. This is not going to be the only severe weather coverage that we have in the next little bit. Obviously, we're talking today about this, right? We've got our 10% hatched risk of tornadoes. We do expect that there is at least a chance that we will have some sort of a tornado outbreak this afternoon, this evening. Hopefully that doesn't happen. We are at least going to have a big problem with wind and hail, 30% chance of damaging winds from Kansas City back down towards Tulsa and Oklahoma. So we're talking about that today. We will have a little bit of a lingering severe weather threat tomorrow from southern portions of Michigan all the way down into Louisiana. Memphis is included in that, Indianapolis. But it's not looking like it's going to be much of anything. It'll be just the decaying line of storms that'll be going over the country here as a result of the leftovers of what happens today. But then after that, things start ramping up again this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. It is possible that we will be gathered here again as we are tracking more severe weather. And actually, a much more impressive storm system is going to be moving in, capable, producing maybe a pretty strong winter storm on the backside. Colorado, Utah, Idaho, Wyoming, those places are likely going to get slammed. And then on the front side, severe weather. There's a small day 4 severe weather risk there in the panhandle of Texas and eastern portions of New Mexico, and a much bigger area similar to today's risk honestly on November 3rd. And yes, it is possible, there's not enough confidence yet, but it is possible that we will be dealing with severe weather on November 4th as well, on Election Day. So a little bit farther to the east. So things are really ramping up as far as severe weather goes. We were talking about it in a video not too long ago. We've seen this coming, but we're really on the cusp of a couple of big severe weather outbreaks, I think. Oh, November 5th is Election Day. I still think there's a possibility that we might have some sort of... The storm won't be completely out of the U.S. by November 5th. I don't know if it'll... I don't know if that matters. I don't know how big the storm's going to be or if that's going to have any sort of impact on anything. But it's something to think about. Yep, we currently have 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. One of them's in Grant County, Oklahoma. We got another one, another severe thunderstorm warning in Louisiana, actually. You want to go check that out? Way down yonder in Louisiana, down here towards Plain Dealing. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing 1 inch in diameter hail and 60 mile per hour winds moving up towards Cullen, Redland, Carterville, and Mott. If you know somebody out here, let them know. That's a strong storm. It could actually produce some big hail there as it goes up towards Spring Hill. Wouldn't be surprised to see a couple more severe thunderstorm warnings today in Louisiana, eastern Texas, maybe southern portions of Arkansas, as this is all associated with a big plume of moisture that's ultimately feeding our severe weather threat farther to the north. Where is Andy? Andy's here. Everybody's here. We're waiting to see if there's going to be any major developments here. Look at this. Nathan Moore in the whale's mouth. That's an ominous view. This is our storm that's near Pond Creek right now. It's moving into places like Hunter and Breckenridge, Oklahoma. Right now, this is the storm that is considerably warned. 70 mile per hour winds and 1 inch in diameter hail is possible with this one. Obviously, Nathan is staying just in front of that and giving us a view of what is literally referred to as the whale's mouth by people who love to spend time out there underneath the clouds like this. Essentially, what we're looking at is a shelf cloud, but from the other side. Normally, we look at the shelf cloud from a distance, and we see it coming towards us. You see the rain-cooled air coming out from underneath the storm and then kind of sliding back up over it, smoothing out the front of the clouds as the warm air gets forced up over it. And that looks really cool. But in my opinion, this looks even cooler, especially in person when you look straight up. You can see the inside of the shelf cloud there. About 10 minutes ago, near O'Keene, Oklahoma, fire department reported that there was a 65 mile per hour wind gust. So these storms are packing the very punch that we thought they were, when we first started talking about these warnings. And we've got real verification now that these storms are producing strong winds. The O'Keene warning, so the storm that's in O'Keene right now, is actually just a severe thunderstorm warning with 60 mile per hour winds possible. We might see them upgrade that if we see more reports like that as it moves towards Hennessy, Oklahoma. But yeah, 65 mile per hour wind gust is no joke. We're also hearing a report from a storm chaser near Weatherford, Oklahoma, that we might have a wall cloud associated with this storm over here, which would make sense. This is one of our more isolated storms. It is trying to rotate. So we're going to keep an eye on this storm near Weatherford right now. We're just expecting maybe some 60 mile per hour winds and some 1 inch in diameter hail as it moves up towards places like the Thomas P. Stafford Airport. Southwestern Oklahoma State University is actually in the path of this thing, and so is the American Horse Lake, the American Horse Lake State Hunting and Fishing area. And we all know where that is. Right near Watonga. Any news on Kansas City? Nothing new. So technically, I guess that means no news because there's nothing new. It's the same story. We expect storms to move in later this evening. We've got a tornado watch. We're going to be right here with you. I think I counted last night. We got 400 cameras in Kansas City. So we'll be able to watch every angle of it for you as the storm moves through. We're also hearing that there is somebody on the Weatherford storm that knows their stuff. So like as soon as it starts producing a tornado, which it very well could here soon, we will know because there's trained eyes on it. Speaking of trained eyes, if you're just now tuning in, we do have the storm chasers today. We've got Nathan Moore out there. Caleb Beecham's out there as well. There are more. We don't have them pulled up right now, but there are more that we will be working with if we can and if it makes sense to. So just, we've got the storm chasers out there. I'm going to try to remember to keep them up as much as possible. Right now, though, not a lot happening except for on Nathan's stream there. Very, very interesting looking shelf cloud moving into the Kremlin area of, or is that? Do I say that? Am I saying that right? Yeah, Kremlin. Oh yeah, that's so cool. Ominous. Special weather statement. Yeah, so special weather statement is basically the step below a severe thunderstorm warning. So it's a thunderstorm that the hail's not going to be big enough to warrant a severe thunderstorm warning. The winds are not going to be strong enough to promote a severe thunderstorm warning, but it's still a storm. And people that use the National Weather Service products, there's a million different reasons why somebody would monitor the warnings that come out from the National Weather Service. It's a pretty good chance that a lot of people would need to know that kind of storm is coming, even though it's not severe. So that's what a special weather statement is. We put them on the map here, and just so we can kind of maybe look at storms that are soon to be severe warned. It's a pretty good precursor to a severe thunderstorm warning, especially whenever storms are increasing in intensity. Yeah, right now there's about 7,000 people without power in Texas. I don't know if that's got anything to do with the strong winds associated with the backside of the storm system or what. I know we've got a little bit of a wildfire risk out here as well, but I'm noticing that number keeps going up. Yeah, look at our wildfire threat for today. It butts up right up against the severe weather risk. A critical fire weather condition outlook from the Storm Prediction Center for the Panhandle of Texas. A little bit of the Panhandle of Oklahoma as well. An elevated risk spreads all the way back into southeastern portions of New Mexico. All right. All right, so talking more about the Weatherford storm that we've kind of honed in on here. About 15 minutes ago, 4 miles southwest of Weatherford, Oklahoma, there was a 58-mile-per-hour wind gust recorded by a Mesonet site. Also, about 7 miles to the north of Weatherford, Oklahoma,
a new tornado watch has been issued.
Measured hailstone 1 inch in diameter was measured there north of Weatherford, Oklahoma. So it's definitely meeting that severe weather criteria, and it's going to continue to do so as it moves into Watonga. So you can expect at least 1 inch in diameter hail, I think, in Greenfield and Watonga here as the storm moves towards you. Wichita, let me show you the outlook again. Wichita, the storms are moving in right now. We've got a couple of cameras in Wichita that we're keeping an eye on that area. No severe thunderstorm warning. And remember how I said that, a special weather statement was the step before a severe thunderstorm warning? This big storm that's moving into Wichita right now isn't even warranting a special weather statement. So that might change as it gets closer to town, but it looks like it's going to be a pretty garden variety storm at this point. That could change. I mean, it looks like it's definitely the kind of storm that could very quickly try to put down some stronger winds and some hail, but it's right on the western side of town right now. Definitely going to be a lot of lightning and some heavy rain in Wichita, so get ready. It's coming in. I would be more concerned farther to the east. All right. If I'm in El Dorado, Emporia, or Topeka, the storms that are coming towards you have a little bit more time to kind of take advantage of the atmosphere that's going to be capable of producing some big tornadoes tonight. Remember, in all the videos that we've been talking about this storm system, the real threat, the biggest threat, doesn't start until we get that low-level jet enhancement, all right? And that really starts about right now and until maybe about 10 p.m. So as the sun sets, that low-level jet is going to crank a little bit, and then any storm that is capable of producing a tornado will have a better chance of doing so and maybe even producing a stronger one. So keep in mind, look at the radar here. You see where the storms are? Let me actually turn it off, though. So right now, the storms are just now entering the enhanced risk. So we expect them to continue to get stronger as they get deeper into the risk, if that makes sense. And looky here. The lights are green, so that means it's time to talk to meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, this thing working?
Absolutely.
Awesome. I wanted to expand a little bit on the low-level jet because we're going to talk about it often with our fall severe weather days like today and like this weekend coming up, as they're very important, just like they are in the spring. The low-level jet happens as a response to the surface cooling off. The surface of the Earth will cool off faster than the air above it. That acts a little bit like a fluid, and water will take a lot more heat energy to cool off or change temperatures in both directions. So as land cools faster, it sets up what we call that inversion, where the temperatures actually rise as you go up above your head overnight here. And that creates this layer in between the surface where there's a lot of stuff for the wind to hit, trees, buildings, etc., a bunch of friction. And above that layer, there's not as much friction. So because there's this separation between the surface where there's a bunch of things for the wind to ram into and nothing above that, we get the low-level jet accelerating after sunset once the surface temperature cools off. So that's why we see that sort of response with the low-level jet. It's just that difference between where that air is flowing pretty cleanly, and that happens because of the temperature difference.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Meteorologist Andy Hill. We'll hear from him probably quite a bit tonight as that low-level jet does increase. And yeah, a lot of people have been asking, is Andy here? Yeah, Andy's here. Elijah's here. We've heard from him a couple of times. Riley's here. Caleb's out there. This is our normal. We've got all hands on deck just in case. This is one of those situations, and we'll have a lot of these. We have them in the spring, we have them in the fall, and honestly, throughout the winter, this is one of those situations where it could be one of those nights where we have a couple of big tornadoes that unfortunately cause a lot of problems. It could be one of those nights where we have a bunch of small tornadoes, but it also could be one of those nights where the main situation ends up being straight line damaging winds. We want to be here just in case a worst case scenario happens, and because the environment is capable of producing a worst case scenario, and it isn't all the time, right? So we're going to hope that the storms don't take advantage of the environment that will be in place, but if they do, we will be here. And also, we're going to continue to track even the special weather statements as they come out, which, by the way, we just got one for Medford, Oklahoma. Radar indicated maybe winds above 40 miles per hour moving into Medford right now. Wichita, the storm's getting really close to Wichita. You can see it from Wichita State University. Don't look like much, but it's certainly going to be. It's going to be some much welcomed rainfall, that's for sure, in Wichita. This is going to be the first rain that a lot of people have seen out here in a while. All right, let's settle this once and for all. People are dogging me about the way I'm pronouncing. What even was it? Eldorado. So I'm saying El Dorado, Kansas, and that's wrong. Let's see. Hey, Y'allbot, are you there?
Hey, Ryan. I'm here and ready to talk weather. What's up?
Okay, El Dorado, Kansas. Pronounce that as if you're from there. Pronounce it like the locals do.
Sure thing, Ryan. It's pronounced El Dorado by the locals.
Oh.
Not your typical Spanish pronunciation, huh?
Well, so there's other El Dorados throughout the United States. Which ones are pronounced the way that I'm saying it, El Dorado?
You're right, Ryan. There are a few El Dorados across the U.S. Pronounced El Dorado, you'll find them in places like Arkansas and Illinois. Seems like you've got the classic pronunciation down.
I don't think that you know what I'm saying. Are there any places that pronounce it with a longer A, El Dorado?
My mistake, Ryan. With the longer A in El Dorado, you'll find that pronunciation in El Dorado Hills, California. It's El Dorado there. Thanks for the clarification.
All right, thank you, Y'allbot.
Anytime, Ryan. What else can we dive into today?
So, we say it the way you say it in North Texas. Yeah, I know that it's different everywhere. Yeah, some people are saying that the Y'allbot is just like Andy or Elijah with like a voice changer or something. That's actually, maybe it is AGI. Some people can't tell the difference. It's definitely a bot. So currently, there's no new warnings to really talk about. There is we're starting to hear more reports from what happened earlier today. In Missouri, there was a big part of a school building that was torn off from a severe thunderstorm near Craig, Missouri. That was about 2:20 Eastern when that happened. Yeah, so now I've got half of the people are saying it is El Dorado. Focusing too much on this is probably not going to be a good thing because even the locals don't agree. NATOcast is something that we look at. Yesterday it was painting a pretty large area for the hatched risk on the 10%. It looks like it's a little bit smaller now, but still expecting to see potentially some strong, damaging tornadoes in southern Kansas and central Oklahoma over the next little bit. That's what we're here for. If you're just now tuning in, the storms are just now moving into the enhanced risk area, where at least through 10 or 11 p.m. tonight Eastern, we will be here covering severe weather as warnings come out. Right now, our warnings that we have to report to you are starting to expire. This one's about to expire. We still have a warning for Helena, Oklahoma, but the storm's been over there for a while. There is a new warning, though, just to the south of that, a newer warning for O'Keene. I think what's going to happen here within the next little bit is a new severe thunderstorm warning will be issued for Hennessy in Oklahoma. It'll probably be a
new
a similar severe thunderstorm warning with the 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. So get ready for that. Watonga, you are still under a severe thunderstorm warning as well. Some of the stronger winds are moving in right now. We've got 60-mile-per-hour winds possible here moving into Watonga and Greenfield. This is where we saw that report not too long ago of the 1-inch in diameter hailstone actually reported by a firefighter. So this is really producing hail, and it's going to be moving into Greenfield, Oklahoma, and Watonga, Oklahoma here soon. And that's pretty much it as far as the severe weather warnings go right now. Yeah, we can eat. No. About an hour ago, there was a 6.1 magnitude earthquake off the coast of Oregon. No tsunami threat. That's a pretty big earthquake to happen off the coast of Oregon. Y'all, we've had one tornado warning so far today, and it was in Iowa. We've yet to see a tornado warning in our tornado risk, or our biggest tornado risk area. But we've got a lot of ground to cover here. The only severe weather threat that's ongoing right now, the reason I'm not talking about Iowa right now, the reason why I'm not talking a lot about Kansas right now, is because the only severe weather threat that we're dealing with at this very moment is in Oklahoma. Some severe weather threat is probably going to materialize in Kansas here soon, though. But right now, we are kind of focused on Oklahoma because that's where all the severe weather warnings are right now. We are seeing some storms in Arkansas. We had that severe thunderstorm warning down there in, what was it, Louisiana earlier. We now have a special weather statement in Arkansas for that same storm. Spring Hill and Cullen in Louisiana, and then Taylor, Walnut Grove, and Western in Arkansas. You guys get ready for a little bit of a storm. It ain't going to be too bad, okay? We're talking about 40-mile-per-hour winds, and that's it. Not even expecting much of hail. But it is going right for Cullen in Spring Hill. Gusty winds could knock down a tree, or it could knock down tree limbs, and they could blow around unsecured objects. This actually looks like a little bit of a supercell, though, if you squint your eyes a little bit. And it is also undoubtedly rotating a little bit. No threat, but interesting tidbit. That's what happens when you spend too much time looking at special weather statements. Okay, you start overanalyzing them. It's just not. It's never a good thing. It's never a good thing to do. Okay, Andrew sent me this video from the Wichita airport. This is happening now at the Wichita airport. Andrew, this is an amazing video. I think I see, yeah, there's some rain and there's some wind. I need a longer video though to determine whether or not I think this needs a special weather statement, because I'm thinking it might. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so behind the scenes, me, Andy, and Riley were just talking a moment. There was a cool phenomenon that happened. So in southern Texas, the National Weather Service actually had to have a TAF for volcanic ash advisory. A volcano in Mexico, which you should definitely have Yalbot pronounce, actually sent a plume of ash into the atmosphere above southern Texas, so aviation had to be alerted to it.
Okay, wow. Thank you. And how long ago was this? Oh, okay, I see. All right,
Yeah,
well, thank you.
12 hours ago.
Yeah, thank you, Elijah. So lots of seismic activity today as well. Look at this. Very interesting stuff. Where's the name of this volcano? Can you, like, or is it going to know if I say in the tweet? Oh, okay. Hey, Yalbot, are you there?
I'm here. Ryan, what's on your mind?
Okay, so we've got this volcano in Mexico that we're talking about. It's south of Brownsville, Texas, sort of. Can you tell me how to pronounce that?
In central Mexico.
Wait. Say it again. I didn't hear you.
Sure thing, Ryan. It's Popocatépetl. Quite the mouthful, isn't it?
Popocatépetl?
Close. It's pronounced Popocatépetl. Keep practicing, and you'll have it down in no time.
All right. Thank you, Yalbot.
You're welcome, Ryan. Anytime. What's next on the docket?
She does sound kind of creepy. Like, for some reason, just then, she's like, "You're welcome, Ryan." I don't know what that was all about. Lots of people are saying that Yalbot sounds like Elijah. Well, you see, we've programmed this thing here custom. You know what I'm saying? So obviously it's been trained on the best. So of course it sounds a little bit like Elijah. But it knows a little bit about how to pronounce stuff that some of us don't know how to pronounce. So, it helps out a little bit. Yeah, some people are like offended by y'all, but I don't. It's just, hey, listen, it's something. It's something. You know what I'm saying? It'll be all right. Go ahead, Caleb. Was that you, Caleb?
I don't know if it was me or not, Ryan, but I will talk anyways.
All right.
So I've been kind of tracking that broader area of rotation that you brought up probably about 45 minutes or so ago here in Iowa, and it's really amounted to nothing. We've seen it go up and down and up and down, but never anything worth mentioning at this point. It's kind of dying out now. But the structure here on the leading edge of the storm is actually starting to look really, really awesome. Nothing really. We are starting to see a really nice shelf build out, and we had a really nice elephant trunk form on the front of this storm, which we're trying to get a shot of again.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Caleb. Way out there in Iowa, giving us a view of a storm that no other chaser is out there on right now. But still, some strong storms are moving into the Cedar Rapids area, Dubuque, Madison. None of these are severe at all, really. However, they are capable of producing some heavy rain. I think that's going to be your biggest problem in places like Centerville, Iowa City, Cedar Rapids. Really heavy rain, maybe some flooding, but it's been so dry. It's hard to say. We now have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. That's what we're working with. All in Oklahoma. All right, so about 30 minutes, actually about an hour ago, just to the south and west of Dealing, Louisiana. So this is with that storm that we were tracking down there that's moving into Arkansas now, the one that looks interesting on radar. Actually, law enforcement reported that at least one tree was down at the intersection of Old Plain Dealing Road and Abe Martin Road. It's 5 miles southwest of Plain Dealing, Louisiana. Additionally, 3 miles to the south and west of Isabella, Oklahoma, we had a 66-mile-per-hour wind gust recorded. Lahoma, Oklahoma, 58 miles per hour. So these storms are still causing enough wind to cause power outages, knock down trees and stuff like that. So that's why we're continuing to see these severe thunderstorm warnings get issued. Go ahead, Elijah.
Ryan, so I do have some damage to talk about. So a couple of hours ago, there was a really, really strong storm in Nebraska that produced a confirmed wind gust of 90 miles an hour.
Wow.
So let me read off some of that damage reports that we have from that storm. This occurred near Falls City, Nebraska. Trees down all over the town, and they are using snow plows. Yes, I am saying snow plows to assist in the removal of tree debris. Trees went through the roofs of 2 homes. A large factory in Falls City lost 3,000 to 4,000 square feet of their roof. And then a report a few minutes later from that same storm came in saying wall of house blown down, bus moved, debris in field, power lines down. So I don't know how strong that storm really was, but it very clearly caused a lot of damage. And they are now having to use snow plows to remove that damage.
Wow. All right. Thank you, Elijah. Crazy stuff. Had like you said, a really strong storm this morning in Nebraska. We also, before we started the stream, we had some strong storms in Missouri and southern Iowa that caused pretty significant damage. So far today, honestly, the storms, the predecessor storms to the main event have been the main event. Of course, we are still just now working into this, and and things are starting to get more intense here, as we do have a mesoscale discussion that was just put out not too long ago from the Storm Prediction Center. This is pointing at the Eureka, Kansas area, the Coffeyville, Kansas area, the Tulsa and Oklahoma City area of Oklahoma. We're talking about a severe wind threat spreading east, and there's going to still be an increasing tornado threat later this evening. So that's what we're dealing with there. Probably going to get another watch with that. And then we've got this awesome shelf cloud way up in Keokuk County, Iowa. And this is on the front side of, honestly, this is the front side of those storms that we saw this morning. They're not still causing damage like they were, but there's still storms, and they're still producing some interesting views like this in Iowa, and there's going to be some heavy rain and some gusty winds in there. Yeah, we've still got several severe thunderstorm warnings. It's been 15 minutes since we've checked in on this one. For Blaine County, Oklahoma, Watonga, you're still under a severe thunderstorm warning, but in my opinion, the stronger part of the storm is probably going to be more focused on Kingfisher, Caddo, and Canadian counties in Oklahoma, where we do expect there to be 1 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is going to be lasting until, honestly, for the next hour or so, extending all the way over to Kingfisher. If you live near the Hydro Rodeo Arena, or the Maple Lawn Manor, which is a hospital, you are in the path of this storm. You could be getting in on some of these strong winds very soon. Also, if you know where the St. Peter and Paul School is, that's right in the corridor where we expect some of the stronger winds to go over the next little bit. Hey, y'all bot. Hey, Y'allbot.
Howdy, Ryan. What's on your meteorological mind today?
Do you know what the Hydro Rodeo Arena is in Oklahoma near Blaine and Caddo counties?
Sounds like you've stumbled upon Oklahoma's Hydro Rodeo Arena in Blaine and Caddo counties. It's a local rodeo venue, notable for hosting traditional rodeo events. I reckon it's a hub of cowboy culture in the area.
Did you just say, I reckon?
Sure did, Ryan. Thought I'd throw in a touch of that classic cowboy lingo, given we're talking about rodeos in Oklahoma and all. What's next on your list?
Oh, that was it. Oh, yeah, that's it.
Gotcha, Ryan. If you need more info or just want to chat weather, you know where to find me. Feel free to drop another question.
So it looks like we've got down there in Kay County, Oklahoma, we've got a shot of the storm moving through there. You can see that on the third window. Pretty strong storm. Nothing crazy, right? Nothing crazy, but certainly a strong storm. That's going to be for the storm that is moving into Ponca City right now. So this is what you're looking at right here. This storm is this storm. All right, so it's moving across Interstate 35 right now. It's going to be moving towards Newkirk. Additionally, Billings and Tonkawa. Here is a picture from Storm Tracker Ian of a beautiful structure near Watauga, Oklahoma earlier. So we've got a lot of good-looking storms out there, a lot of strong storms. Like, these storms are strong. They're dropping large hail. They're producing damaging winds. But we've yet to see any major tornadic activity, which is good. But I don't want to get too comfortable, because it is very possible that's going to change here in a little bit. Remember, when the sun starts to set, that's when we think that the ingredients for tornadoes will be more available. However, something to think about, something to consider here is, if we don't have sort of like at least semi-discrete cells, it's going to be hard for the storms to truly take advantage of that. We are going to have a line of storms, I think, moving through portions of Kansas and in Oklahoma here. But what I'm more concerned about is this stuff right here, the cells that are kind of isolated out by themselves. If this pattern remains as we go into the latter part of the afternoon here, there's a better chance that we'll see tornadic activity. If things become more linear, though, it's not going to completely, halt the tornadic potential, but it is going to make it a little bit less of a thing. So as long as you continue to see these new storms popping up back here, and as long as you see space between each storm, then the tornado threat still very much exists. I'm hearing that some people want to know if they can download YALLBot or interact with YALLBot. No, but of course that is something that is maybe one day, as long as it doesn't become self-aware. Right now we don't know if it's a danger to release it into the wild or not. This high level technology, I don't know if we can just put it out there and hope for the best, It would be kind of irresponsible. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. In Kansas. So we're not just solely an Oklahoma. We're not solely in an Oklahoma situation now. We've got, let's see here, Cowley and Sumner counties in Kansas on the board. 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible with this storm. 60-mile-per-hour winds, not very large hail. However, the 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible in places like the Pleasant Valley Elementary School area, the Green Farm Park. Additionally, if you know where the Chardon Farms Airport is, that's about where the strongest winds are going to be going within the next 15 to 30 minutes. Yeah, this will be moving through Arkansas City and Winfield. Somebody's asking about north central Iowa. We'll go check in on that in just a moment. But also, we've got this picture sent in to us from Deanna via our email. This is from Falls City, Nebraska. So this is one of those places that was hit hard by the storms in Nebraska earlier. You can see that pretty significant damage there. tree damage and roof damage. And then what was the place in Iowa? Just generally North Iowa? All right, let's see if my weather models are working. Let's turn them on. Okay, so far so good. 18. All right. Okay, so this is what it looks like right now, pretty much about 7 p.m. Let me reorient this here. Yeah, about 7 p.m. You can see that the storms are not going to get any stronger tonight. However, we are going to see some places that see training thunderstorms. This is mostly going to be in southern and eastern Iowa, right? So look at Des Moines, look at Cedar Rapids. Notice how there's going to be some stronger storms kind of going over those areas for a longer period of time. Nothing crazy on the severe spectrum expected here. Probably some strong winds, especially the farther south you go, but definitely a lot of heavy rain, maybe some flash flooding in Cedar Rapids. Your biggest problem with rainfall in north central Iowa will be 10 p.m. tonight, and we're just talking about a general rainfall. And then after that, it might snow tomorrow morning, briefly. In fact, maybe some heavy snow farther north up there towards Minneapolis tomorrow morning. We are looking at maybe some very heavy snow, so be on the lookout for that. That's interesting. All right, now let me turn that off. Yeah, so we got the storm coming towards Arkansas City right now, and I'm hearing that might not be the correct way to say it. So let's just ask. She's here, so why not? Y'allbot, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Ryan.
Okay, so
What's up?
You know about the state of Arkansas, right?
Absolutely, Ryan. Arkansas is known for its...
And you know about the state of Kansas, right?
Sure thing, Ryan.
Okay.
Kansas.
Did you know that there's a city in Kansas called Arkansas City? And do you say that the same way that you say the state, or do you say it different if you're a local?
Ah, Ryan, you're testing my local knowledge. In Kansas, Arkansas City is pronounced Arkansas City, emphasizing the second syllable, quite different from the state's pronunciation. Okay. Got any more Kansas curiosities?
Nope, just Arkansas City. I've got that noted now, and I know how to say it.
Glad I could help, Ryan. It's a quirky one for sure. If you've got any more questions, pronunciation or weather-related, just holler.
All right, so there you go. Arkansas City. That makes sense. Looks like we've got more chasers out there. Adam Lucio is in Hennessy, Oklahoma, one of the places that we've been talking about, getting ready to experience some strong winds associated with our storms moving through. Hennessy, it's kind of moving parallel to you. It's going to take a while before you get the full brunt of it, but we'll watch Adam deal with that over the next little bit. Yeah, so Adam's right there. That little pink dot. And we've got an update from meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. I was going to talk a little bit more on the transition of modes here of severe weather that we're looking at here right now in Oklahoma, which is where my eyes are for the most part until things ramp up. I see certain hailstorms going on, particularly from one of the test bed radars in Norman, Oklahoma. I can see a hail spike on the storm that's over Geary, north of Bridgeport in Oklahoma over there. West of El Reno. So I see a pretty sizable hail spike there, which indicates that the radar beams are going out, hitting some hail in the cloud, getting sent to the ground, then coming back up, hitting more hail in the cloud, and then coming back to the radar. That gives us this artificial spike on product on radar that maybe KTLX will be able to show too if a future frame shows that we can show it off, Ryan. But that's telling me right now that these supercells in this area in western Oklahoma, west central Oklahoma, are more, the environment is more conducive for them to produce large hail than it is to produce tornadoes. The two kind of combine a little bit. Here you can get large hail with tornadoes, tornado producing supercells, but generally there is a separation in which conditions favor which form of severe weather. And typically, in cases like this in Oklahoma, I look for when that hail core starts to go away as we get into the later night hours. That, to me, indicates that there is an increasing chance for any discrete storm like this that's by itself to become tornadic. And the reason for this is particularly due to low-level winds. Again, that low-level jet we were talking about earlier that I explained. In this case, if you have only a little bit of change in speed and low-level winds as you go up above your head, then that is much more favorable for a hailstone to stay in a storm and essentially accumulate more ice onto it, more water that freezes onto it and becomes larger. So that gives you larger hail. Whereas when that wind changes a lot in speed as you go above your head, those hailstones can get whipped out in every direction before they have the chance to grow larger. And that same increase in speed that prevents those hailstones from growing much larger on average is also the same increase in speed we need for a rotational component of the storm to be more compact, more conducive for producing a tornado. So that's in particular what I'm looking at. Reason why we don't have any tornado warnings right now. There's one sign of it, one pattern recognition, component to this.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
It's producing these radar spikes that we can look at and, get a sort of idea of what's happening falling out of the cloud, essentially. So once that changes, my eye will be on it. If it changes, then maybe we'll see a higher tornado threat.
All right. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. I think we might have a new graphic to share with you here before too long. As a new tornado watch either just came out or is about to come out. And it's basically for that same area that Andy was just talking about. So we're going to be watching these storms for quite some time tonight. Once again, we're going to be watching the storms that are moving through Kansas at least through 10 or 11 p.m. That's when we expect them to, or I'm talking about Eastern time. That's when we expect them to get closer to the Kansas City area, maybe even the Fredonia area. Right now, the storms in Kansas are pretty tame. And then we're also going to be watching the storms moving towards Oklahoma City and Tulsa, probably around that same time frame. So everything's going to happen between right now and 10 or 11, midnight, somewhere in there. Actually, we had an update to an existing watch here. So this is good news for those in Alfalfa, Major, Dewey, those counties that we were talking about earlier. The tornado watch has been canceled for those counties. The severe weather threat is done tonight in Alfalfa, Major, and Dewey counties in Oklahoma. Our focus is shifting To the south, where Andy was just talking about, areas just to the west of Oklahoma City. The strongest storm that we have right now is to the north and west of Oklahoma City. And it's producing a severe thunderstorm warning for Kingfisher, Blaine, and Canadian counties in Oklahoma. We've got 1 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. This is going to be moving towards the Cedar Skyfly Ranch Airport and the St. John Lutheran School. If you know where those things are, that's about where the core of the storm is going, where we expect some of the worst impacts, I guess, from the storm. About 20 minutes ago, 3 miles to the west of Hunter, Oklahoma, we had a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust recorded. Can you say hi to Laurel? You're on her living room TV. She watches every video and live stream. Absolutely. Hi, Laurel. Very grateful to be on the TV again. Thank you for tuning in. Very grateful for everybody that chooses to watch us. There's a lot of different things that you can watch to, hear about the weather. We love talking about the weather, so the fact that there's people that want to listen allows us to do it, and this is what we love. So thank you. Thank you for tuning in. Oh, a pumpkin pizza. What a time to be alive. We've ordered a pumpkin-shaped pizza. I want you guys to judge this. This is a promotion from Mr. Papa John. You can see the little stem. They even put a face on it. No pumpkin flavoring in the pizza, I don't believe. I think that probably wouldn't be very good. Yeah, not sponsored. We're just genuinely impressed by the creativity of Mr. John, Mr. Papa himself. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So just a cool little fun fact here. One of the OU mobile radars is currently
A new
out
tornado
in the field,
warning has been issued.
I don't know what storm they are on, but it is one of the OU mobile radars that is out there right now.
All right. Thank you so much, Elijah. And we got ourselves a tornado warning. Looky here. Tornado warning for Atchison, Buchanan, Donovan, and Platte County. So Atchison and Donovan counties are in Kansas. Buchanan and Platte counties are in Missouri. This is right around the town of Rushville and Atchison. Tornado warning until 7:15 Eastern, 6:15 Central. Let's look at the velocity here. Not a lot to go off of. However, we do have some rotation with the storm, okay? And that's why we believe that it is possible that there could be a tornado here. So if we're in the town of Atchison, we've got to take shelter right now. Once again, a tornado warning was just issued for Atchison, Kansas, and Rushville, Missouri. If you live near the Church's Landing Airport, that's about where we think the tornado could potentially go. Additionally, we're concerned about Hawthorne Elementary School and the Little Bean Marsh State Natural History Area. All those places are in the direct path of a dangerous storm that could very well produce a tornado at some point. So there we go. There's our second tornado warning of the day, also not in one of the greater risk areas, actually. Yeah, it is. It's in the enhanced. It's in the, it's just outside of the 10% hatched risk. So that's why it's important to take these severe weather days seriously, even if you aren't in the bullseye. Yeah, not a lot to go off of with the velocity here. However, we do see some rotation. So it's a radar indicated tornado warning. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Atchison, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Do we got anybody watching from that area? I don't think we've got any eyes near that. The closest cameras we've got are way over here. Missouri Department of Transportation number 429 on Interstate 29, and then number 85. As the storm gets closer to St. Joseph, we'll have a couple more different ways to view it. But right now, I think that I'm not convinced that we've got a tornado down with this, but it's certainly a storm that could produce a tornado very quickly. So we've got to take shelter just in case. Let's see here, 4 miles south and east of Guada Springs, Kansas. This was about 10 minutes ago. 60 mile per hour winds and blowing debris at Highway 166. And that comes from emergency management. 60 mile per hour winds and blowing debris on Highway 166. That's associated with the severe thunderstorm, I believe, down there in Cowley County, Kansas, near Arkansas City. Gouda Springs. Okay, my bad. Sometimes I get real fancy with it, thinking that I'm right, but I ain't. Riley, are you telling me about this tornado watch? Hey, somebody forgot to close the fridge.
No, I was going to tell you that we do actually have a camera near or somewhat close to that tornado warning. It's in the 4 spot right now. I think you're probably going to be able to see it in your software too. It's called Dragon Nation.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Riley. So that's the closest one that we have. It's just to the west of Interstate 29 here. near the town of DeKalb and Agency and Fawcett in Missouri. Certainly not close enough to see anything just yet, but if we can, I'll throw it up. Oh, by the way, new tornado watch. This goes until midnight Central. This is for Shawnee. This is for Tulsa. This is for
a new tornado
Bartlesville,
watch has been
Oklahoma. A few tornadoes likely. Ping pong size hail, 80 mile per hour winds. There it is. 1.2 million additional people now under a tornado watch until at least midnight. So yeah, we've got this tornado warning. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go check her out. This is way down yonder. In Caddo County, Washita County, and Kiowa counties in Oklahoma. This is going to be for 1 inch hail. This is one of those storms that Andy was talking about that looks like it's trying to produce some pretty large hail. And this is moving up towards Carnegie and Mountain View. Turn those dots off for you. So some of the places that are going to be in the danger zone for this hailstorm include the Carnegie Airport, of course, the Mountain View High School. If you know where the Fort Cobb State Wildlife Area is, we are concerned about that area as well. For the hail and the wind that's coming through. And also there's a bunch of campgrounds out here. Eagle's Nest, Catfish, Goose Feather, Tent Hill, Sycamore, Sunset Cove. All these places are in the path of a dangerous storm. Also, within the next 5 minutes, the Fort Cobb Golf Course near Mountain View will be taking a direct hit from the storm that could try to produce some 1 inch in diameter hail. You don't want to be out there in that. Somebody just sent a super chat. Frank, thank you for that. Very generous of you. It says, is there any threat for Lawton, Oklahoma, in your opinion? Well, we're actually talking about an area near Lawton right now. The severe storm warning that we're talking about is just to the north and west of Lawton. Right now, there's no immediate threat, but look at this. Look at these. You see these little things right here? If they continue to grow and move up towards Lawton, they will likely be hail producers and wind makers tonight, and maybe even something that we have to watch for potential tornadoes. So just keep that in mind. Let's see here. About 10 minutes ago in Arkansas City, we had emergency managers report 1 inch hail. So we've got a picture of it sent into the National Weather Service. 1 inch in diameter hail definitely happening around Arkansas City. Now that's going to be moving into areas to the east of there, near Silverdale, and places like Tisdale and Maple City in Kansas. Get ready for that. It's confirmed. We've got another new severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, that we didn't talk about. This is surrounding the tornado warning. So we've got a tornado warning up here for Atchison, Kansas, and now we've got this big severe thunderstorm warning as well that encompasses those same counties. Also, Leavenworth County in Kansas is in that one. We do have a camera in Leavenworth County, Kansas, if we want to pull that one up. But this is going to go all the way out to the Interstate 29 corridor. So, yeah, just get ready for that. This is going to bring about some 60 mile per hour winds to places like Potter and DeKalb. And it's also going to be heading for Give me just a second and I'll tell you. It's also going to be heading for places like the Little Bean Park. So right now, one of our stronger storms that is capable of producing a tornado is up here along the Missouri-Kansas border. Official Nirvana, big shout out to you for gifting 20 memberships. Everybody say thank you to Official. That's awesome, and congratulations to the new members. Benjamin says, my 8-year-old son and I are tuned in from Northwest Arkansas. He loves weather. After the Memorial Day weekend tornado hit us, he is so eager to learn. Well, thank you, Benjamin and co, for tuning in. We've got a future meteorologist or storm chaser on our hands right there. He's going to be great. So yeah, we do have a tornado warning, but we also we're starting to get more warnings now. We've got 5 severe thunderstorm warnings back on the table. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one's going to be farther north. This one includes St. Joseph. So production, start watching all of those cameras up around St. Joseph, Missouri. You're going to be looking at Missouri Department of Transportation around number 763. But additionally, this storm right here that we're looking at is going to go through Troy. It's going to go through St. Joseph, and we're talking about, once again, 1-inch in diameter hail, and we're talking about 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is going to go up towards the Spratt Stadium. Okay, if we know where Spratt Stadium is, if there's anything going on there tonight, it's about to get plumb wild. All right. Also, Rush Airport is in the path of this. We expect some of those 60-mile-per-hour winds to potentially impact the Davis Roadside Park as well. Yeah, this actually looks like a pretty strong storm. Get ready to come into St. Joseph, capable of producing maybe even some power outages. John Edwards, thank you, man. Everybody say thank you to John. Big time super chat. If it wasn't for people doing that, it'd be a lot harder for us to do what we do. So thank you so much for that. And here's Leavenworth. Beautiful town. Not much right now, but I think the one of the stronger parts of the storm is going to come towards this town. You're not under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but I think that you could be. And also, the reason I'm interested in Leavenworth right now is because these storms do look like, if anything's going to try to go tornadic, it would be coming from something like this. Now, don't panic. I'm not saying to run for shelter or anything, but we look for these curved beams out in front of the main line whenever we're trying to see where these tornadoes are going to happen, especially in a situation like tonight where we're dealing with an ever-increasing low-level jet. So get ready over there in Leavenworth. Beautiful town. Storms are to your west, moving right towards you. That's in Kansas. Thank you, Trenton Mills. Leavenworth. Yeah, I saw that I pronounced that wrong. I got it. Derail Gaming, thank you for that. I heard the sirens go off in St. Joseph. So no tornado threat right now. In fact, the tornado warning that was in effect for areas to the south of St. Joseph has been allowed to expire. Right now, if you're in St. Joseph, what we've got coming for you is it's a severe thunderstorm, essentially. Okay, we've got 1 inch in diameter, hail possible, and 60-mile-per-hour winds is going to be coming in on the western side of town. And once again, one of the places that's in the path here is the Spratt Stadium and the Mastersfield Rush Airport. Atchison, the sirens were on for 3 minutes. They're off now. Yeah, there was a tornado warning for Atchison. So if you live in Atchison, the wind's starting to pick up right now. Things are starting to really pick up. But the part of the storm that we were maybe considering the fact we were thinking maybe there was a tornado there. It's not as convincing now. So it's going to go right past Atchison. It's going to cause some problems in terms of wind and hail, but no tornado warning at this moment. They might reissue it if, our rotation comes back together here. Right now, it's a little bit of a mess. It's hard to tell what's going on there. But the strongest part of the storm's near Rushville, moving towards DeKalb. No imminent tornado threat, but certainly tornado possible with this storm as it goes over towards Taos and Wallace in Missouri. Less of a tornado threat in St. Joseph, more of a just wind and hail threat up there, okay? Kazinga says, hi, I'm tuning in from the Leavenworth Federal Penitentiary. Thanks for the updates. The guards just told us to lie under the bed. Well, you're not under a warning there yet. We just think that maybe there could be one here soon. This is what it looks like in Leavenworth right now. Just a wonderful Wednesday evening, October 30th. It looks like the day before Halloween. But we expect things to ramp up a little bit over the next couple of hours, or honestly, next hour or so. Sirens of Washington State, thank you for that. Oh, look at this. Thunder Jumper's got an awesome picture of the backside of the storm down there near El Reno, Oklahoma. So, yeah, these are definitely growing storms that we are going to continue to have to watch. These are the ones that might cause problems as far as tornadoes go in central Oklahoma a little bit later. You can see they're getting taller. They're getting primed and ready to interact with that low-level jet stream when the sun starts to set. The things are going to change a little bit, and tornadoes are going to be more possible. We just got a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings in a row there. Let's go check them all out. All right, so we got another severe thunderstorm warning down here in Kansas. This one's going to be for, oh boy. Oh, no, I can do that. Chautauqua County, Kansas, Elk County, Kansas, and Cowley County, Kansas. This includes places like Granola, Grand Summit, Cambridge, Moline, Howard. You guys know what I'm talking about here. This storm right here is going to come up through and cause potentially 1 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Some big places in the path here are going to be the Eagle Head Airport and the West Elk High School. Get ready if you're near those places. That's where we expect some of the strongest storm impacts to be. Additionally, We got another new warning in Oklahoma. This one is for Kingfisher, Blaine, and Canadian counties in Oklahoma. Speaking of Oklahoma, Nathan's got a great view right now of the storm near Perry. Yeah, so this is north. This is farther north. This is not the warned storm that we're talking about, but definitely a very impressive storm moving into the Perry, Oklahoma area. This is on I-35 south of Red Rock. Yeah, and this is a live look at that. Adam Lucio's got an interesting thing going on here too. These storms are really starting to ramp up. Now, this is the storm that we just got the warning for. So Adam Lucio is in Kingfisher, Oklahoma. And that's where we just got that severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And this one's warned for potentially up to 1.5 inch in diameter hail. So this is teetering with a considerable severe thunderstorm warning here. So things are picking up around Hennessy and Kingfisher and Perry. Yeah, there's some dust being kicked up down there on the ground. So, you know, the storm is doing its job. Okay, this is definitely what you would look for in a storm that you would think that maybe in the future is capable of producing a tornado. It's got an updraft. It's a strong one. And you can clearly see it there. Looks like we got another person on board here. Another storm chaser, Hunter Hurley, is also in Kingfisher. Let's see here. About 20 minutes ago, trained spotter in Geary, Oklahoma, reported a 1-inch hailstone. Thank you, Matt. Yeah, so this is going to be the first storm system of many that brings about some heavy rainfall across the central U.S. How many of us are hoping for rainfall? I know a lot of us are in a drought. This is the rainfall forecast essentially for the next 7 days. It's going to be very wet in Missouri, Kansas, and Oklahoma especially, but even places like Texas, Arkansas, Illinois, Wisconsin, Iowa, and some of those surrounding areas will benefit from this active weather pattern that we're about to go through. Not all of this comes today. Some of it comes this weekend, and some of it comes, early next week. So get ready. This is not the first severe weather situation that we'll be in. We'll probably be live again one day this weekend, more than likely Sunday, with another severe weather threat. All right, we got more new warnings. They're really starting to pour in. We've got 8 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Let's go to the most recent severe thunderstorm warning, which actually includes Topeka, Kansas. We got, I don't know if we're watching Topeka in the production room, but if we got anything interesting, we can throw it up. There are some cameras there on Interstate 70, but this is for 60 mile per hour winds mostly. This is going to be moving towards the Lakewood Park area. If you know where the Sunset Strip Air Park is, that's where we can expect some of those 60 mile per hour winds within the next, let's see here, 30 minutes or so. Additionally, we got a severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson, Shawnee, and Jefferson counties in Kansas. This one's got 60 mile per hour winds getting ready to move into the Perry Lake Recreation Area. Also, the Threshing Bee Airport. Get ready. St. Joseph, you guys have still got your storm coming down the pipe. 1 inch in diameter hail is possible in St. Joseph, and maybe some 60 mile per hour winds. Spratt Stadium is in the path. Get indoors. I don't know if anything's going on at Spratt Stadium. That's something that we should bake in to y'all about. Here we go. Here's Topeka. There's Topeka. Right there, St. Joseph. Connor, thank you for the 5 gifted.
A new tornado watch has been issued. A new tornado watch has been issued.
Can you send it again? I've lost it. Just a few minutes ago. We've got 63 mile per hour recorded wind gusts near Blackwell, Oklahoma. So that's going to keep moving east. Yeah, so what you're seeing there in Topeka, Kansas, that's pretty similar to the storm that we're going to get in St. Joseph here. The storm that's going to go through St. Joseph actually might be a little bit more intense than that. So once again, biggest hail you're going to see out of that's going to be one inch in diameter hail, and then potentially maybe even some 60 mile per hour wind gusts. I don't know why it's taking forever to download that. Here is okay, here's another special weather statement. I'm sorry, mesoscale discussion. From the Storm Prediction Center, the risk for damaging winds and a few tornadoes continues. So this is the place that we've really been focusing on here, from St. Joseph down to Leavenworth, Kansas City. Eventually, we're going to be talking about you guys over there in Ottawa as well. So Storm Prediction Center is still watching this area for a continued threat. I've seen some people in the chat ask about watch. What's a watch? What's a warning? What's the difference? So let's use the old famous taco example here. Let's say you wanted to make some tacos, right? A tornado watch would be like having the ingredients for tacos, right? But no tacos have been made yet. You probably have a taco watch in your kitchen right now. A tornado warning would be like the tacos are made and ready to eat. In this analogy, the tacos would be in immediate danger from you. So yeah, the right now we've got taco ingredients in the kitchen. Okay? We've got tornado ingredients in the atmosphere. But we don't have tacos or tornadoes yet. So far. Yeah, we currently have 10 severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's go check in on that most recent one there. All of these, by the way, we had a big conversation about the different levels of severe thunderstorm warnings. All of these are the base level severe thunderstorm warnings, right? We don't have any considerable or destructive severe thunderstorm warnings right now. They just issued a new warning for St. Joseph all the way over to Cameron in Missouri. This is going to be a 1-inch in diameter hail thing and 60 mile per hour winds. That's going to be expected. Once again, some of the counties that are included in this very large warning include DeKalb, Clinton, Andrew, Buchanan, Platte, and Gentry counties in Missouri, and then a little bit of Donovan County in Kansas. The Pigeon Hill State Wildlife Area is in the path. It's been a while since we've checked in on our storm down here near Cowley, Kansas. It's moving out of the Arkansas City area, and now we're talking about the storm moving into more of the Granola and Moline area. That we've got 1-inch in diameter hail possible here near Cambridge and Cloverdale here soon, and then that's also going to carry 60 mile per hour winds, maybe as far east as Elk Falls by 8:15 p.m. That's when the warning is going to be allowed to expire. Is the Dallas area okay? Yeah, Dallas is fine. Let's zoom out a little bit and show you the risk areas. If you're in the dark red, or I'm sorry, dark orange, I should say. That's where we expect the strongest storms this evening. Now, there is still going to be some strong storms in Dallas. You can see you're right at the bottom of the slight risk, but that's going to be much later this evening into the overnight hours. And also, we don't expect anything quite as intense as what we might get in Kansas City and Tulsa later. Okay. By the way, we got another new severe thunderstorm warning here for Ponca City. 1 inch in diameter hail, Noble, Osage, and Kay counties in Oklahoma. Northern Oklahoma Junior College is in the path. These storms are actually getting quite strong north of Oklahoma City. These are probably going to become our major wind threat in the short term. Still watching the storms to the south and west of Oklahoma City for their ability to potentially cause some problems with tornadoes, especially later this evening. So far, not a lot coming out of those storms. However, things can change pretty quickly in these situations. We're really just looking at a big wind threat right now, moving towards Ponca City, places like Perry, Stillwater, Guthrie, Oklahoma. Get ready for that. And then also a pretty significant wind threat is developing up here in Missouri and Kansas. So to the north and west of Kansas City, we've got a lot of activity right now. Let me move. I got so many things that I'm keeping track of. I need a way to keep the dots off of your screen, but only have them on mine. But you can see that there's a lot of storms to the north and west of Kansas, but what is eventually going to impact Kansas is all down here. All right. So that's what or Kansas City, I should say. That's what we're watching. We were talking about Leavenworth earlier. Still no storms right now in Leavenworth, but they're coming. They're on the way, and we're still monitoring that camera. We'll throw it back up if things start to look more intense there. What about Wisconsin? Everything seems to be, for the most part, fine right now in Wisconsin. We've got some heavy rain out here near Madison, some heavy rain up there near Stevens Point. But for the most part, this is just that. It's just heavy rain. I would be concerned about flooding in this corridor tonight. Nothing crazy, but definitely a possibility to see some flooding in Cedar Rapids, Madison, maybe down there towards Ottumwa. Strong winds are going to be possible in southern Iowa and northern Missouri. I don't think they'll really make it. I don't think they'll make it into Wisconsin. Just some garden variety thunder showers and some moderate to heavy rain. Another new severe thunderstorm warning. This one is for Pawhuska, Fairfax, Burbank, and Schindler in Oklahoma. This is Noble, Pawnee, and Kay counties in Oklahoma. 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1 inch in diameter hail. You know the drill here. This is something that we've been dealing with a lot tonight. This storm is going to move east over into the warning area. And places like the Pawhuska Elementary School are in the path. The Cotting Cattle Research Airport's in the path. You know how there's the night before Christmas is Christmas Eve. Is there something like that for Halloween? Halloween Eve, like, is that something? Do people refer to that as a name? All Hallows Eve, maybe. Really? Hey, are you there?
Hey, Ryan. What's up? Ready to dive into some weather talk?
Yeah, in just a second. But first, I need to know if there's a word or like a way to say the day before Halloween. You know how we've got Christmas Eve and then Christmas Day. Tomorrow's Halloween. Is this Halloween Eve? Like, what do people call this?
Absolutely, Ryan. You've got it. It's commonly called Mischief Night or Devil's Night in some places. Others just say Halloween Eve.
Mischief Night. It's got an actual name. Devil's Night. Huh. I never heard that before. Thank you.
No problem, Ryan. Now you're all set for some Mischief Night trivia. Ready to jump back in?
Actually, I've got something for you right here. Will you read this off?
Hey, Ryan. Heads up. There's a severe thunderstorm. It covers parts of northeastern Kingfisher, southwestern Noble, northwestern Logan, and southeastern Garfield counties. This storm's packing 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and hail the size of ping pong balls. It could hit places like Perry and Marshall. Stay safe out there.
You got anything else to say about that? I got to take a bite here.
Just keep a close eye on the weather tonight, Ryan. That storm's moving northeast at 40 miles per hour, so it could impact more areas soon. All right, enjoy your bite.
Thank you.
You got it, Ryan. Anytime. We'll keep the weather updates rolling.
So, what y'all just told us about was our first considerable severe thunderstorm warning of the past couple of hours. This is for Logan, Kingfisher, and Garfield counties in Oklahoma. 1.5 inch in diameter hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is going to be a strong one. This is going to impact the Interstate 35 area. Pretty significantly, actually, over the next little bit. We're talking about, once again, 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is going to be moving towards the Booker T. Washington School and the Haymaker Airport. Get ready. Places like Crescent, Perry, Covington, y'all need to watch out. This is going to be a really strong nighttime storm. We've got Adam Lucio on it. And just look at that. Beautiful looking storm, but definitely a dangerous one as it moves towards Perry, Oklahoma. These storms that are moving in the general direction of Tulsa are in a supportive environment for supercells that are capable of producing tornadoes. If there are mergers, okay, if we see these storms start to bang into each other, but they're still mostly staying discrete, and if we see a significant increase in that lower level jet, like what we expect to. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see an increased or an elevated tornado threat between Stillwater and Tulsa, Oklahoma over the next couple of hours. And yeah, Nathan, he's in Perry. That looks like a gnarly storm coming in. This is the considerable severe thunderstorm that's coming into Perry right now. Once again, 70-mile-per-hour winds potentially inside of that beast. About 10 minutes ago, estimated from radar, we had a 70-mile. We're looking at 70-mile-per-hour winds near Marshall and Hayward in Oklahoma.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Yep, still watching these storms back towards Weatherford as well. So far, nothing crazy to talk about with those just yet. Production, we could probably replace that Iowa one with something down here near St. Joseph or Kansas City, something like that. The potato, be careful, man. It's a dangerous storm. All right, storm chasers reporting near Cambridge, Kansas, a little bit bigger than quarter-size hail. About 5 minutes ago there. Once again, 2 miles east of Cambridge, Kansas. So that's one of the bigger hail reports that we've actually seen today. Yeah, these little storms that are popping up out in front of the line here in Kansas are really catching my eye. These little cells like this, nothing tornadic just yet, but if we're going to get something tornadic, this is kind of where we would expect to see it happen. So watch these closely. Now, we're going to have a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings, but wouldn't be surprised to see some tornado warnings tonight in the Kansas City area, the Leavenworth area, as these storms are just now really starting to rear up. New severe thunderstorm warning. This one's going to be for areas east of Topeka, Kansas. 60-mile-per-hour winds possible in Lawrence, Centropolis. That's going to be over the next hour or so. Some places in the path of this storm are the Rolling Meadows Airport, the Santa Fe Trail School, and the Spring Creek Park. Of course, this includes all of Overbrook, Centropolis, and Lawrence, Kansas. We should probably, if we don't have anything near Lawrence, Kansas, we've got Can Drive around number 134 here on the southwestern side of town. We should probably pull them up. More Oklahoma, nothing going on there right now. Yeah, there will be a little bit more of a severe weather threat tomorrow. Or not, I shouldn't say more of, but there's going to be a continued severe weather threat tomorrow, but it's not quite as intense of what we're looking at today. In fact, it's a lot less.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Let's see here. Give me just a second. I've got to step. I've got to step off the screen for literally 2 seconds. It's not long enough to do anything other than this. I'll be right back.
Ryan, heads up. National Weather Service in Topeka, Kansas, just put out a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of northern Franklin, southeastern Jefferson, southeastern Shawnee, Douglas, and northeastern Osage counties. Storms moving east at 45 miles per hour with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Could hit places like Lawrence and Baldwin City. Stay alert.
Thank you. All right, so if you're just now tuning in, we're doing severe weather coverage. All right, and we're just now getting into where some of the stronger storms are starting to happen. We've got a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. We really haven't seen much in the way of tornadic activity today. Don't know if that's going to change, but if it does change, it's going to happen in the next little bit. All right, we're in prime time for tornadoes. So if it doesn't happen between now and 2 or 3 hours from now, then we probably dodged a pretty big bullet, and we might not see any tornadic activity at all. Let's hope that's the case. However, even without tornadoes, we are going to have a bunch of wind damage reports tonight. We're going to have a bunch of power outages, hail, all that stuff. So we're going to keep you updated on all of that, at least until the storms get past Oklahoma City. So we're here with you for the long haul. If you want to, you can share this stream, get it out there and in front of people, let people know. A lot of times TV stations, they don't go live until there's a tornado warning. And we've been here during hours of no tornado warnings today. So if somebody wants that extra little bit of coverage, we're going to be here at the very least.
Or not YouTube. We're in Discord right now.
Huh. Yeah, we're back. I don't know what that was about. Hopefully the YouTube link still works.
Yep,
Chat.
you just came back on YouTube.
We're good?
Yep.
All right, sweet. Huge shout out to our friends at ISP Tech. John saved the day. The backup Starlink and Verizon cell service is working. We've lost internet here at the Weather House, but no more. That don't matter anymore, y'all. That doesn't stop us anymore. We've made big moves. Hopefully the power doesn't go out because we got a couple more steps before that is taken care of. But we're still here, even though for some reason the weather's fine here at the Weather House. But for some reason we did lose internet. Whenever the internet comes back on, you might notice that the signal goes down for a couple more seconds as we transfer back over to the main connection. But we're here thanks to Starlink and ISP Tech, Intermountain Cable, everybody. There's a lot of people involved. Thank you, John. Yeah, we got Starlink, we've got a fiber connection, we've got AT&T, Verizon, and it's all thanks to John at ISP Tech. It's all bonded together. And it fails over when one stops working, we go to the next one. Yeah, it only took us about 2 or 3 years to figure that out. Normally, that would have ended the live stream. Like seriously, the internet going out for even just a short period of time would disconnect us from YouTube, and we'd have to start a whole new stream. And it was this whole thing. It was a problem that we needed fixed, and thankfully it's fixed. So something else that I'm watching here, by the way, if you're just now tuning in, we've got some major problems with the weather tonight. First of all, we just got that considerable severe thunderstorm warning that you just saw pop up. Let's go check that out first, and then I'll talk about this other thing that I was getting ready to bring up. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Elk and Chautauqua counties in Kansas. This is going to be capable of bringing 70-mile-per-hour winds into maybe the Howard area here in the next little bit, and the Bar P Ranch Airport. Now, I want to show you something. This right here could be a problem. We've been talking a lot about how if we're going to see tornadoes tonight, it's going to happen as a result of, storms popping up out in front of the main line and discrete cell mergers. This is kind of the perfect situation. If these storms can find enough energy to blow up and become very strong storms and supercells, I can just about guarantee you that we'll see a tornado come out of them. However, it's not 100% guaranteed that they will even turn into anything. If they stay little rain showers like this, it's not going to be a problem. But I am watching these storms here to the north and west of Tulsa like a hawk, as it is very possible that these are going to be our big storms tonight. Lots of storm chasers out in the area. That side's in. That side is plugged in, I believe. It's the other side that's not. It's if I'm not mistaken. So if you're just now tuning in, we've got a bunch of different camera views here showing you some different perspectives of the storms that are going on right now. The strongest storm, or the strongest set of storms that we have, are right here around Kansas and Oklahoma along the border. Strong winds are moving into the Pawhuska area and also the Fredonia area. So if you live out here, get ready for potentially up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. Sorry, we've got some ongoing tech support. Amanda says, we're watching Ryan Hall, y'all, and carving pumpkins in Kansas City. Thanks for tuning in. Y'all get ready. It's about to get loud in Kansas City. Some of the stronger storms that we've been tracking are going to be moving into Kansas City here before too long. I would say probably another hour or so. We're going to be dealing with maybe some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some hail in Kansas. We're getting ready for you. We're going to be here with you through the whole thing. Me and the wife and Echo and Otto, we all carved pumpkins the other day. It's fun stuff. We didn't have a tornado watch though when we did it, so it was a little bit more laid back. But hopefully everything goes fine, and it just adds to the excitement of the night. Yeah, we got 7 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. The majority of them, actually not the majority, almost the majority of them are now considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, as we are tracking those storms in Kansas and Oklahoma that have the big time damaging wind threat. "70-mile-per-hour winds are getting ready to move into the Cave Springs, Kansas area, Busby, Fredonia. Y'all get ready. The lightning is intense tonight. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, there's still a lot of comments in the chat about the audio cutting in and out. For whatever reason, when we lost connection, there's some issue with the audio getting desynced. When you see this, just go ahead and refresh the stream and come right on back. It'll work just fine. We are back just fine now. The Wi-Fi is back on, so we shouldn't run into any more issues.
All right, thank you, Riley. So if the audio's weird for you right now, just refresh the page. If you're watching on Apple TV or something like that, back out, click back in. Should fix it right up for you. Yeah, so Fredonia, Kansas, you're definitely in the path of one of the stronger storms right now. You're getting in on some of the strong storms in Eureka, but the strongest part of that particular storm is going just to your south. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma. Let's go fly over there and check it out. This is going to be for Crescent, Oklahoma. Oops, daggone it. Logan, Payne, Kingfisher, Garfield, and Noble, Oklahoma. Severe thunderstorm warning, 1.25 inches in diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible here in Mulhall over the next little bit. Sky High Airport. You're in the path. Take shelter, or at least get indoors for this one, okay? Hey, looky here. This is what we just talked about. That little area of storms that's popped up north of Tulsa. The Storm Prediction Center now has their eyes on that. This includes Fredonia. This includes Coffeyville, Bartlesville, Pittsburgh. Increasing severe weather threat. I wouldn't say it's too far off from being an increasing tornado threat. That right there. Not a good sign. All right, I'm going to take another bite. I've had 2 bites of my food. I'm going to take another bite right here in just a second. You can see the lightning in the distance now in Leavenworth, Kansas, a place that we've been watching for quite some time. Yeah, we've got eight severe thunderstorm warnings right now. We still have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Fredonia. This is, let's see here, Elk County, Kansas. Additionally, we've got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 1.5 inch in diameter hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds for Crescent, Midway, Mulhall, Oklahoma. If we've got somebody in production, I'm pasting a link right now to a camera that we need. All right, there's a camera on I-35 right there. If somebody can sneak over there and put it up. That's also where Adam Lucio is. We have internet, so the cameras are the priority. Hail spike. We heard Andy talk about a hail spike earlier. We're seeing that now. See that right there? That tells us that this is a very strong storm, and it's got some large hail in there. Maybe even exceeding the 1.25 inch indicator or the tag on this severe thunderstorm warning here. Likely exceeding it, actually. I pasted it in the chat, in the Discord. So Adam Lucio is in this storm right now. This is the considerable severe thunderstorm. Looks like we might have just lost him. But it looks it looks quite considerable. That's for sure. Yeah, so this is the storm near Crescent, Oklahoma. This is the one that's coming into Crescent right now in Mulhall. So get ready. Any luck with that OK traffic 234? If you're just now tuning in, we're tracking some really strong storms over here in Oklahoma. Okay, we've got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Crescent, Oklahoma. That's also going to be for Logan and Noble counties. Additionally, we've got one of the big things that we're talking about right now, and one of the big things that we're watching is this. Okay, we've got these storms popping up to the north of Tulsa, and they are moving up in a discrete fashion to the north and east. And this could really be a problem. This is a perfect example of the kind of situation that could lead to a tornado in a storm like we have tonight. So I would be hyper weather aware over the next little bit in places like Bartlesville, Barnsdall, Nowata, Aloga, Coffeyville. These storms mean business. And it does look like they are increasing in intensity quite rapidly. So this might be the real deal right here. Yep, severe thunderstorm, considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Elk County, Kansas. Get ready for the 70-mile-per-hour winds. Also, Kingfisher, Noble, and Garfield counties. Additionally, Wilson, Woodson, Greenwood, and Montgomery counties in Kansas. You're under that considerable severe thunderstorm warning. This one's actually got a source. Trained weather spotters reported 60-mile-per-hour winds at 6:50 Central. So this is... got trained weather spotters actually reporting those strong winds moving into Fredonia right now. Get ready in Fredonia. Get ready near the Lakeside Airport as well. We've got a bunch of storms popping up around Kansas City as well. So Chandra, whoever's doing production right now, make sure we've got a whole tab dedicated to Kansas City because we're probably going to need that soon. Additionally, here's the camera we've been trying to get up. This is on Interstate 35 near our considerable severe thunderstorm warning west of Stillwater. This is a this camera, if it stays online, is about to experience a very powerful storm. If anybody's out there driving on I-35 right now, north of Guthrie, south of Perry, this is going to be a very dangerous night to be on I-35 in Garfield, Noble, Payne, and Logan counties, as this is one of the stronger storms that we have on the board right now. Is LSM still down? All right, so we've got some people over here near our storms north of Tulsa that we've been talking about that we probably need to pull up if they're all online. Just keep an eye on them. Yeah, there is a severe thunderstorm warning to the west of Kansas City right now. Probably should look at MoDOT 699. Also, this is going to bring about 60 mile per hour winds near Clearfield and Hesper and Eudora here very soon. So get ready for that west of Kansas City. Julia, if you're experiencing audio issues, refresh the page. Lizzie says, hey, Ryan, I'm in downtown Kansas City. What's the weather for tonight looking like? Well, it's going to get pretty wild here soon. You've got a bunch of little storms popping up around Kansas City. This might actually be another situation where we have a couple of tornadic worries here, as these storms are going to be discrete for some period of time before they merge with the main line. But I think the biggest thing in Kansas City that we've got to be concerned about is probably the strong damaging winds and the hail that's going to come from this line that's about to move through over the next 45 minutes to hour 15. There's Andy, you got like 2 minutes worth of stuff to say while I go get some water?
And do, Ryan.
All right. Thank you so much. I'll be right back, guys.
You got it. Well, guys, it has been a mostly uneventful day so far, and I do want to cover anyone who may be reading about, reactions to the day on social media and so forth, and calling it, productive or unproductive. That a lot of their opinions will be seen in the light and perspective of storm chasing, which does not include nocturnal threats for the most part. So, like Ryan said, and like some meteorologists are noting from the Storm Prediction Center, these cells in northeastern Oklahoma that will generally stay to the north of Tulsa may become problematic later on, especially in the next hour or so. So even if you hear anything that's like, oh, this is a bust or whatever, the threat is definitely not over whatsoever in terms of what we do, which is live coverage of severe weather events as they occur. So I just want to have a coverall for that, just in case, because multiple people pay attention to multiple different sources. I know a lot of you guys are browsing social media and taking things from there and applying them to our broadcasts, or using them maybe to source information to other people in chat. So just want you to know that what we are doing here is not over in the slightest, but maybe the storm chaser perspective is a little bit, squashed from here on because they can't see as much anymore in the nighttime. It's good to see you guys again, though. I'm glad that we are able to do coverage. These are some of my favorite days, even if they are a little bit more difficult for me to follow. My eyes are strained from watching several different radar sites. I'm glad that we can cover these days with you, and the hope is always that they don't do anything. As we sit here with what is that? 4 severe thunderstorm warnings in our primary area of concern, one of which is considerable. So I'm seeing the damaging wind threat right now that's passing through southeast Kansas. You will get either both or just the damaging wind threat in Fredonia and east, or you'll also see whatever happens with these maturing supercells near Coffeyville and to the north and east, as well as the line of storms behind that. So still crossing my fingers that nothing happens from here on out, but I am not seeing anything of immediate concern from my scanning the radar constantly, Ryan. So that's why I haven't chimed in very much today. Hopefully that helps shed some light on that.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Obviously, we love it when we hear from Andy a lot, but we also love it maybe when it's not so much a lot, because a lot of times that means that there's some bad stuff going on. So, so far, so good. As far as the intensity of the storms tonight, they haven't been, quite as bad, I guess, as what they could have been. But we're right at the period of time where if they are going to go, and become something more concerning, it's going to happen right now. So we've got, obviously, the damaging hail and wind threat. That's still a thing that we're dealing with here near Crescent. And that's something that we're going to continue to deal with all across north central portions of Oklahoma. We're watching these mini cells pop up over here north of Tulsa. That's where we think that maybe over the next little bit
a new tornado watch has been issued.
Tornado threat. Fredonia, Kansas, you're about to get hit by a very strong storm with 70-mile-per-hour winds. Get ready for that. It's going to hit the Lakeside Airport first and then come through Fredonia a little bit after that. And then in Kansas City, the storms miraculously have calmed down quite a lot right before making it into town. But we still have a very strong storm on the way to Kansas City right now, capable of producing some 40, 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts, maybe even higher than that. And also, there's a chance that the storm could increase in intensity as it approaches Kansas. Or Kansas City. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Pea-sized hail reported in Longton, Kansas, about 5 minutes ago. Biggest hail report I think we've seen today is just a little bit larger than quarter-sized hail. I would be surprised if some of these storms that are getting going to the north and west of Oklahoma City don't produce larger hail than that. What about Iowa? Well, you notice I stopped talking as we got closer to Iowa. And that's because the storms are even less concerning up there. Now, there is a pretty strong area of winds getting ready to move through places like Corydon, Albia, and Centerville. It's below severe limits, but we're talking about maybe some 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts associated with this. It'll be hitting places like the Outlet Park and the Indian Hills Community College here soon. But it's, garden variety is the name of the game when it comes to this kind of stuff. It's nothing that you've seen worse storms in Iowa. But also there's another slightly intense area moving towards Fruitland and Wilton. Once again, nothing crazy going on in Iowa tonight. Same thing for Wisconsin and everywhere farther to the north. We're focused on Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma, and probably a little bit of Texas later tonight. We are down to 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. We were up to 11 at one point. Now we're down to 3. 2 of those are considerable, so we still have some really intense storms out there, but less coverage right now than maybe earlier.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
The storms that are forming up here north of Tulsa that we've been watching are getting stronger. They are starting to, we're starting to see some more special weather statements here. Nothing severe so far. Also, not a lot to talk about when we look at velocity. Not a lot of rotation. These storms are not strong enough yet to take advantage of the environment that we talked about being in place. So hopefully they stay that way, but certainly still watching them. Yep, a lot of people are still talking about having some audio issues. Just refresh the page or restart the stream, and that should clear right up for you. About 20 minutes ago, near Lovell, Oklahoma, there was a recorded wind speed of 70 miles per hour. So still, that's why even though we've only got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings at this point, we're still seeing those considerable severe thunderstorm warnings be issued. This is our most recent one here. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Logan and Garfield counties in Oklahoma. This is actually for hail. Okay, so golf ball size hail is now expected. Once again, look at that, the spike right there. You see that? That is an indication that we've got some very big hail in here, potentially golf ball size or larger, moving up towards places like Orlando in Oklahoma. Make sure we've got somebody watching the Oklahoma 234. Because that's still where that storm's going. Probably the strongest part of it's going to go just to the north of that. And then, we've got to be concerned about our folks over here near Lake McMurdy Park. It's been 8 minutes since we've checked in on this other considerable severe thunderstorm. This is the one that's getting ready to go through Fredonia right now. Still 70 mile per hour winds expected. Train spotters actually reported, some winds in excess of 70 miles per hour. Now moving into Fredonia, Kansas. Get ready. You got a couple minutes now before it gets in there. Kansas City, still watching your storm, still not overly concerned. I'm actually somewhat surprised that we're not seeing at least a severe thunderstorm warning or a special weather statement, as there's probably some decently gusty winds getting ready to come into the Kansas City area. But for the most part, this is not going to be, it doesn't look like, at least on the western side of town, it isn't going to be a huge, big deal. So hopefully that continues to be the case, but we do have a strong storm moving into Kansas City right now. Get ready. Similar thing can be said about all of the locations to the north of that. Trenton, Cameron, Missouri, Smithville. Strong storms moving in, but they're all below severe limits. Same thing can be said about our folks up there in Iowa. All right. Speaking of Kansas City, on the western side, we're starting to see some stuff. We've got cameras, lots of them actually, all around Kansas. So we'll be able to see this traverse across the city. This is what it looks like on the western side, and basically what you're seeing here is what we're going to see across much of the city. There's a chance that some things change the farther east this goes, but this is likely what we're dealing with here. We've also got another view just a little bit farther to the south there, thanks to the Missouri Department of Transportation. We've got a similar situation a little bit farther to the south near Ottawa, Kansas. And I don't know if we've got 82 up. But we've got a couple cameras down here too. But basically, the point that I would make if the camera was up is that it probably looks about the same. A similar, intensity storm is moving through Ottawa, Kansas. That is moving through western parts of Kansas City. How bad is it going to get before it hits Nevada, Missouri? Well, you've got a couple more hours before it gets to you. Let's look at the SPC outlook. You are in the enhanced risk, and you are in the 5% tornado probability. So your enhanced risk is going to come from the wind, right? So if you're in the red here, we expect some damaging winds tonight, a 30% probability. Nevada, Missouri, you are in that. So we expect maybe much later tonight for there to be some very strong winds moving through. The tornado threat's going to be less than what we're even dealing with right now. So hopefully that's not something that we have to worry about. It's been 8 minutes since we've checked in on our folks over here in Perry, Oklahoma, still under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. And look at this, Kansas City, y'all. Kansas City, not even a special weather statement. That looks special to me. You mean to tell me if you was driving through that and somebody tried to tell you it wasn't special, that wouldn't offend you? I mean, it is Kansas. It's not, you guys, you can drive and you've got it covered in the rain, but this is a decently strong storm moving into Kansas City right now. Little bit stronger than that, I think, probably is what we're dealing with in Fredonia. That's going to move up towards Yates Center and Humboldt here soon. We'll likely see a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for those areas. I mean, it looks pretty special to me. Currently have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings, and they're all considerable. So we're tracking a few very strong storms. Co-op Observer near Eudora, Kansas, just recorded not too long ago a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. Once again, that's near Eudora, Kansas. Yeah, Kansas City is in Kansas, and it's also in Missouri. Kansas City, Missouri was named first. Okay, here we go. We just got an upgrade to one of our severe thunderstorm warnings. It is now a PDS, severe thunderstorm warning. So we talked earlier about the different tiers of severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning now for Perry, Oklahoma. We're talking about 80-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball size hail. This is Noble, Osage, Pawnee, Payne, Logan, and Garfield counties in Oklahoma. We should probably see if we got any storm chasers out there. Nathan was near that. And I know that we've also got OK Traffic number 234 pretty close by. But this is going to be a pretty dangerous storm for our folks in Perry. So it's been raining. It's been storming pretty heavily in Perry for a while. So flash flooding is also going to be a problem here. But this core of the storm is what's really going to be a problem as it moves up into Perry. That's where we've got the strongest winds, and we've got the
a new
the big
tornado
hail there.
watch has been issued.
Get ready in Perry and places around Perry, Oklahoma. Also, the Christ Lutheran School, like if you're in that area, that's kind of where we expect some of the strongest parts of the storm to go. And then also Red Rock South Airport. So get ready. I honestly, I would be, if you live in a flood-prone area, I would be pretty concerned about that. This looks like a pretty significant training event. Lots of moisture, lots of rainfall could lead to flash flooding in a jiffy. And here's that. Here's the camera we've been talking about. This is on Interstate 35, just south of that storm. So I believe we're looking away from the storm. So all of the lightning activity that you're seeing is coming from behind that camera. And that's our destructive severe thunderstorm back there near Perry. This camera's looking south towards Guthrie on Interstate 35. All right, well, our numbers are jumping back up now as we've got multiple new severe thunderstorm warnings that we need to talk about. And look, one of them is just north of Kansas City. Smithville, Kansas, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. We've got a strong storm capable of producing for some pretty significant wind and hail, 1 inch in diameter hail, 60 mile per hour winds, getting ready to move up towards Smithville. This is Platte and Clinton counties in Missouri. Some places that need to be on the lookout here are the Union Chapel School, the Royal Wood Aerodrome Airport, and also it's pretty late. I don't think anybody's out there golfing, but we've got the Outlaw Academy and Paradise Points golf courses right in line with where we think some of the biggest hail is going to go. So get ready for that if you're up there near Smithville in Platte, Clinton, or Clay counties in Missouri. That's just north of Kansas City, okay? So Kansas City, still not even a special weather statement, but just to your north, a severe thunderstorm warning is in effect. Let's go check back in on another considerable severe thunderstorm. Fredonia, the worst of the storms moved past you, and now we're worried about Chanute and Humboldt, Kansas. There, you guys are next in line for some 60 mile per hour winds and some small hail. We just got another new severe thunderstorm warning, and it's for Kansas City. I knew it was special. I knew it was special enough. You heard it here first. Kansas City, you are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, this is what we're dealing with, and this is what it looks like. You know, you can tell very clearly what's happening there. But, this is actually a little bit closer to Smithville with that severe thunderstorm warning. But Kansas City, you are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. This is Jackson, Clay, Johnson, Platte, Class, and what is that? Miami or Miami County, Kansas. 60 mile per hour winds are going to be the main threat here. Hail's not on the radar at all, really. However, some of the strongest winds are going to be possible around the Liberty Landing Airport. Also, if you know where KU Midwest is, or the Research Psychiatric Center, those hospitals there on the north side of town, some stronger winds could be felt there. And then we've got to, talk about places like the Scout Campground and the Rock Golf Course. Get ready if you're out here near Kansas City, Overland Park, Belton, Grain Valley. Over the next hour or so, things are going to get loud, and it's going to storm. You've seen it. You've seen this before. But yeah. Let's go check back in on our destructive severe thunderstorm. Now, if you're in Perry, it's actually probably been a while since you've seen a storm this significant before. Perry, Oklahoma, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, a particularly dangerous situation. People near the Perry Municipal Airport, people in Payne, Logan, and Garfield counties, Oklahoma, need to take shelter as if it was a tornado, because a destructive severe thunderstorm like this can carry about golf ball size hail and 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So get ready for that. Actually, it's already happening in Perry. And the worrisome thing is, I don't know when it's going to stop. Look at this. You guys seeing this loop? Let me speed it up. Let me speed it up and actually add some frames. So that is a fire hose of heavy rain that has just been training over Perry for quite some time. And all of this is still coming. So definitely looking for the flash flood warning here soon. Get ready for that. For not just Perry, by the way. There's other towns around here, but anywhere around Perry, Oklahoma is also probably going to have to deal with that. We got a new mesoscale discussion to talk about. This includes Kansas City. QLCS tornado risk may increase. QLCS is just a fancy way of saying tornado in a line. Like normally we talk about supercells and discrete cells producing tornadoes, but even when we have these big lines of storms, they can still cause spin-up tornadoes, quasi-linear convective. Right now, I don't see anything immediately concerning in the Kansas City area. However, it is something to watch. Wow. So we've got, we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings associated with those storms in Iowa, but just a couple minutes ago, a Mesonet station near Russell, Iowa reported a gust of 62 miles per hour. So even those special weather statements up there in Iowa are quite special tonight. 62 mile per hour gust, that's something that we would normally see a severe thunderstorm warning for. And Y'allbot, is there anything else going on out there? Hello, Y'allbot, can you hear me?
Ryan, heads up. We got some weather action. On Wednesday, October 30th, around 8:30 p.m. Eastern, a train spotter observed 60 miles per hour winds near Pikeville, Kansas, on the south side of Toronto Lake. Just before that, at 8:28 p.m., 1.75-inch hail near Orlando, Oklahoma. Stay sharp out there.
Is that it? You don't have any other information?
Looks like that's all we have for now, Ryan. Stay tuned for updates in case the situation develops.
Look again.
Got it. My bad. Here's the updated info, Ryan. On Wednesday, October 30th, at 8:28 p.m. Eastern, law enforcement reported 80 miles per hour winds near Orlando, Oklahoma. And just before that, around 8:22 p.m., an emergency manager spotted 1.5-inch hail up near Mulhall, Oklahoma. Quite the evening for weather, huh? Hope you brought your windbreaker.
So both of those are actually the biggest reports that we've seen today. 80-mile-per-hour wind near Orlando, Oklahoma. That's law enforcement. And then emergency manager reported a 1.5-inch hailstone near Mulhall, Oklahoma. We were watching that storm as it happened. Caleb, do you got something for us?
Yeah, Ryan, I had heard you talking actually about Iowa and how there was actively no severe thunderstorm warnings. So I'm not sure if it did come through for you, but the NWS Des Moines did issue a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it, just south of Des Moines.
Okay, thank you very much, Caleb. I see that now. We must have missed it, but let's go look at that now. So this is, I'm assuming this is the storm that also where the wind gust was reported that we were talking about earlier. So yeah, here we go. There is the big special weather statement that we were talking about earlier. It does have a severe thunderstorm warning associated with it now, and it's actually the reason that warning was issued is because of the report that we heard about. So, radar indicated and a personal weather station indicated strong winds. So this does include Wapello, Marion, Lucas, and Wayne counties in Iowa, and a tornado is possible with this one. Once again, it could be one of those MLQCS situations where a small spin up happens here, but we've got to watch in Albia, Moravia, Blacksburg, Eddyville, and Oskaloosa, Iowa, for this storm. Now, yeah, that completely went by me. I saw the severe thunderstorm warning come up. I didn't realize it was in Iowa. Our strongest storm right now, still back here in Oklahoma near Perry. 80-mile-per-hour winds on mischief night. And remember, if you find yourself under a considerable or destructive severe thunderstorm warning tonight, please take shelter as if it was a tornado warning. Let's see here. So Orlando, Oklahoma seems to be like it's a pretty hard hit area as far as storm reports goes. That's what we're hearing the most about. Elijah's telling me that we actually had we not only did we have the 1.5 inch hail report there, but also a 1.75 inch hail reported golf ball size hailstone. Additionally, we're hearing that there was a tractor trailer overturned on I-35 near Orlando, Oklahoma. That happened around 40 minutes ago. So that storm is continuing to cause problems as it moves off to the east. Yeah, that's definitely the most intense storm right now is the one down here near Perry. Our second most intense storm is probably the one just to the north of Kansas City, moving through Smithville right now, moving up towards Plattsburgh and the Outlaw Golf Course.
Hey, Andy, is that a
Humboldt, Kansas is another place that's about to get smacked by a severe thunderstorm. Right here in a moment. Same thing that hit Fredonia. 60 mile per hour winds possible here soon. T-Mac. We got a video from T-Mac himself on Twitter. Or X. Of the hail just moments ago. Actually, this is probably literally just moments ago in Perry, Oklahoma. This is Perry is currently under our destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And this is just part of it here. T-Mac, if you live in a flood-prone area, get ready. The water's, if there's any creeks or streams nearby, it's going to rise fast. I need to look. If somebody can send me a graphic of the estimated rainfall around Perry, once we get over 3 or 4 inches in a short period of time, it's going to be, a flood situation for sure. Thank you for sending that in. Major, huge, gigantic. Shout out to Call Me Josh. Look at that. Ryan, we love you in Colorado. Please keep this going. To who might need this more than we do, be safe all. Call Me Josh. This is not the first time Call Me Josh has done this. In fact, Call Me Josh has done this several times. One of our biggest supporters. Thank you, Josh. Everybody say thank you to Josh. Super, incredibly generous. And he's been around forever doing this. So obviously, Josh doesn't have to do that. But we're super, super appreciative. Thank you, Josh. And thank you to anybody who's supported tonight. I know I've missed some of these messages. And thank you for anybody who's just tuned in, shared us on Facebook, whatever it is. We all play a part. Thank you, Josh. Seriously. If you're just now tuning in, we've got severe weather out the wazoo right now. 6 severe thunderstorm warnings. We've been on the low end with our tornado warnings. Okay, this has not been a tornado day, thankfully. And like we're getting pretty close to where I think we can safely say that it probably won't be. Still got we still got some time. We don't want to let our guards down. We don't want to, call it a done deal just yet. But hopefully things continue to be quiet. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so the National Weather Service of Norman, Oklahoma actually just reported that they did receive a report of 3-inch hail near Orlando, Oklahoma. So that storm is producing gigantic hail now.
Wow. Okay, thank you, Elijah. 3-inch hail. That storm is actually moving into our camera here that we've been watching for a while. This is Orlando, Oklahoma. Yeah, so 3-inch in diameter hail. T-Mac, the hail that you just showed us was probably about quarter size. Some of the much larger hail could be coming up towards you up there, so be careful. But this is a live look now at a destructive severe thunderstorm near Interstate 35 near the town of Orlando, Oklahoma. We had a report earlier of a 1.5 inch in diameter hailstone, and then we had a 1.75 inch hailstone reported out of this storm. Now we're thinking about 3-inch hail. That's huge. That's larger than baseball size. And once again, I also think that a flash flooding situation is developing here as well.
A new tornado warning.
Here we go. We've got a new tornado warning. Guess what state? Iowa. All right, we're going to fly up to Iowa. This is for Okaloosa. All right, so this is on the northern side of our storm that's causing our winds here. This is the severe thunderstorm warning that was issued in Iowa earlier. Has the little rotating area down here near Okaloosa. We had that tornado possible tag on it. Now we've got an elevated tornado risk, as it looks like we might be dealing with a large area where those spin up tornadoes within the line are going to be possible. So get ready out here in Mahaska, Poweshiek, and Marion counties in Iowa. Additionally, if you are near the Sigfield or Courtney's Landing Airport, you're in the path of where some of the rotating parts of the storm are going to go. Additionally, the Lake Kiama State Park Campground and the Oskaloosa Care Center. These are all places that are in the path of a dangerous storm here that first and foremost is capable of producing strong damaging winds, right? But also look at this. We've got these pockets of rotation that are happening in these lines, and that could lead to a tornado pretty quickly. If a tornado was going to happen here soon, it would happen right near Courtney's Landing and Union School. So make sure we're taking shelter down here near Beacon, LaConta, Bolton, and Oskaloosa in Iowa. Let's see here. About 6 minutes ago, we had a report from a train spotter of 70-mile-per-hour winds 5 miles to the east of Rose, Kansas. So we've got real train spotters now reporting those high winds out of those storms in Kansas. So that's the tornado warning. We're going to check in on it again here soon. I want to go back to our severe thunderstorm that's causing potentially, greater than golf ball size hail down here near Perry, Oklahoma. This is continuing to be a big problem. So take shelter now if you're in Perry, or if you're in Morrison, Bill's Corner, Lake McMurtry Park. This is where things are about to get really intense, I believe. Riley, go ahead.
Hey Ryan, we just got an update from the Storm Prediction Center. Our enhanced and our 10 hatched are maintained. So we're not done yet. Kansas and Oklahoma, you're still in the 10 hatched. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Riley. An early heads up on the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. Our graphic here has not updated yet, I don't think. But yeah, it looks like we're still in an enhanced risk. I'll show you the graphic as soon as it loads. Yeah, it's a smaller area, but it's essentially the same exact thing, just shaved off. Here we go. So yeah, pretty much the same thing, just shaved off a little bit. So everybody behind here, obviously the storms are done. Once the cold front moves through, storms are done for you. But so this means that the Storm Prediction Center is still confident that our tornado threat is with us just as much as as it was earlier. It looks like a lot of the tornado situation's probably going to happen if we have tornadoes tonight. It's going to happen either in these MLQCS events, like embedded in the line, or there's a limited window still where storms like this can take advantage of the environment and try to produce. Like the storm that just went over Bartlesville is actually a really good looking storm. It's not quite there yet, but if it continues to intensify, then that is something that we'll have to watch out for out here in southeastern Kansas. Additionally, looking back towards Oklahoma City, I should say, we do have a couple storms popping up out here that we might have to look out for, but so far, nothing too concerning. A new severe thunderstorm warning was just issued. This includes Lasinge, Kansas, areas just south of Kansas City. 60-mile-per-hour winds possible here. Get ready if you're near the West Arrow Ranch Airport. Let's go check back in on our tornado warning. That's right. We have one of those right now. Oskaloosa, get ready. A storm capable of producing a tornado is racing through in just a few moments. National Weather Service Des Moines says we're watching rotation near, what is that, Busey?
A new tornado watch has been issued.
In southwest Mahaska County. Seek shelter now if you're in the path of this storm. Talking about the tornado warning here. Once again, I think that the most rotation that I'm seeing right now is right here to the south and west of Beacon. It's going to go through, like the rotating part of the storm is going to go right through Oskaloosa. I don't know if it's producing a tornado, but if it is, that's going to be a dangerous situation for our folks out there. So please take shelter. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning. We're back up to 9. 1 inch in diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible in Fairfax, Oklahoma. Over the next little bit, that's going to be for Osage, Noble, and Pawnee counties in Oklahoma. The Cotting Cattle Research Airport, once again, in the path of the greatest impacts. Still interested in this storm here that just went through Bartlesville. Pretty strong storm, 60-mile-per-hour winds moving up towards South Coffeyville. So get ready for that. We're also looking at this storm to potentially try to rotate a little bit more as it starts to merge with these storms to the north as it gets closer to Coffeyville. So y'all watch out in Coffeyville. Also, you're seeing the gust front kind of come out of that main line here and meet up with the storm. There's a lot of interesting mergers that are happening right here with this storm, so we've got to keep a very close eye on it. Yeah, Oskaloosa, Iowa, under a tornado warning. Oh, those are some spooky looking clouds. Danielle sends this from Raymore, Missouri. Thank you for sending that in. Once again, if you are wanting to send pictures and videos, you can do so on Twitter or X. Also, email, Facebook, Instagram. It's all Ryan Hall, y'all. You can send them. We've got people watching most of those avenues. Something that we are working on.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
A website or an app that makes that easier. Hopefully we'll have that ready by winter time, so y'all meters go smoothly. We've also got something cool worked out that we might be able to actually test in our next live stream, where you guys, you see how these lightning strikes? You see how we've got live lightning data, right? They blink whenever they're added, so like we can see the lightning in real time, right? We're gonna try to do something like that with y'all. So we've got 30,000 people watching right now. Where are most of you watching? Do we got a lot of people in Coffeyville? Do we have a lot of people concerned about what's happening over here in Tulsa, Stillwater? We're gonna give you all an app or a website or something that you can go to and kind of put a flag up, and then we'll be able to zoom out and look and see, okay, here's, it's not going to show your exact location or any details about you, but it'll show like a heat map of where most of our viewers are, which I think will be cool. And it'll show us like where we need to be focusing in on. Okay, I want to take another bite. Y'all bot, what do you think about the updated SPC outlook?
Ryan, we've got an enhanced risk of severe thunderstorms from central and northeast Oklahoma into western Missouri tonight. We're looking at potential for severe winds and a few tornadoes, especially from north-central Oklahoma into southeast Kansas and northwest Missouri. Low-level shear could spawn some embedded tornadoes, so let's keep an eye out.
Y'all bot's too short. You got anything else?
Sure thing, Ryan. A large-scale ascent favors northeast Oklahoma into western Missouri for late evening storms, while northern Texas may see action tied to the cold front. With strong shear and sufficient instability, damaging winds are the main threat, but don't rule out those sneaky tornadoes. Stay vigilant.
Thank you.
You got it, Ryan. If you need more updates, just let me know. Stay sharp out there.
Y'all, you've been watching all of the reports as they come in today, and you've been watching the stream. Now, what do you think about today's event? Did the SPC outlook, has it gone well so far? What do you think?
Ryan, based on the reports in your stream, today's event aligns well with the SPC outlook. The enhanced risk area has experienced severe thunderstorms with damaging winds and a few tornado reports, particularly in Oklahoma and Missouri. It seems the forecast predicted the scenario quite well, capturing the risk for damaging winds and tornadic activity. As always, let's stay vigilant and keep monitoring the conditions.
People in my chat are concerned about you. Are you self-aware, or should we be creeped out by you?
Haha, no need to be creeped out, Ryan. I'm just a highly advanced weather AI here to assist with forecasts and information. I don't have self-awareness, just a lot of data and a dash of personality to keep things interesting.
All right, well, we're going to keep an eye on you, you know.
That's perfectly fine, Ryan. I'm here to provide accurate weather info and some light banter. Let's keep our focus on the weather developments tonight.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome, Ryan. If you need anything else, just give me a shout. Let's keep those viewers informed and safe.
So y'all bought, there we go. You heard it here first. Not self-aware. Yep, we still got that tornado warning in Iowa. Let's go get updated on that. The storm just went through Oskaloosa, and now it's moving towards Rose Hill and places like Barnes City. So take shelter now if you live out here in Mahaska County, Iowa. Is Y'allbot not self-aware or self-aware enough to know when to say no? We may never know. A wall cloud was reported near Lenape, Oklahoma. So those storms back there are getting a little bit more intense, and this is what I'm talking about. This is one of the storms that we've been concerned about, right? So now we're starting to hear maybe some reports of a wall cloud with this. So this is the exact storm that I think that if we're going to have a tornado tonight, it would come out of this. It's got about an hour to make it happen, maybe less. So if I'm in Coffeyville or South Coffeyville, I'm paying attention to this one. At the very least, it's going to be a strong storm with 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is the cell that I would be watching the closest right here. Still got some time. If you're just now tuning in, we're doing severe weather coverage. We've got 10 severe thunderstorm warnings. Only one of them is considerable.
A new tornado
The
watch
rest
has
of these
been
are just
issued.
your regular, everyday, severe thunderstorm warnings. We do have one tornado warning in Iowa. Nothing reported or confirmed just yet. Any new updates on Springfield, Missouri? Nope, still the same. Nothing has really changed. We're expecting maybe some strong winds tonight, late tonight into the early morning hours tomorrow. Northwest Arkansas, probably the same thing. Late tonight, some strong winds, but nothing crazy. There will be a lingering severe weather threat tomorrow, but once again, it's going to be a lot less than what we've seen today. It'll probably ruin some Halloween festivities from, maybe around Michigan down through Tennessee and Ohio, those river valleys, and maybe even down into Louisiana and eastern portions of Texas because it's going to rain. But otherwise, severe weather threat tomorrow doesn't look too intense. So today we started our stream. We had a 10% hatched risk for tornadoes in Kansas and Oklahoma, right? And so far today in Kansas and Oklahoma, I don't think we've had a tornado warning. We have had a couple tornado warnings in Iowa, which is where storm chaser Caleb Beecham that was his target area today. Everybody was like, "What are you talking about, Caleb? Why are you not coming to Kansas?" And he's like, "Iowa's the play." So that's why we put him in Hall Force 1. All right. And he knew. What can I say? Logan, Oklahoma, and Kingfisher counties in Oklahoma now are under a special weather statement. Which is, for those of you who are just now tuning in who may not know, that's a step below a severe thunderstorm warning. Update for Joplin, nothing's really changed. There's some storms to the west. They're going to move east and impact the Joplin area later tonight, probably a couple hours before we even have to worry about that in Joplin. Severe weather threat will decrease from about an hour from now on, starting about an hour from now, all the way until the rest of the night through the night. The weather intensity will decrease. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Iowa with the tornado possible tag. Let's go fly over to that one and check it out. So that is a huge severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to include Jefferson, Wapello, Washington, Iowa, and Van Buren counties in Iowa. 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible in places like Fairfield, Hedrick, Sigourney, What Cheer, North English, and Keota. Additionally, we've got to be concerned about places near the Lake Darling State Park campground and the Middle Loop, the Middle Coop landing strip. That's where some of the strongest winds will likely go through. This is going to last until it's going to last for the next 40 minutes or so. Also, just behind that, we still have our tornado warning for Mahaska County, Iowa. Custer County, Oklahoma, the severe weather threat is over for the evening. You've been removed from the tornado watch. How's Stillwater looking? Stillwater, you're still in front of the line. So I would say that you're like the storms really haven't even gotten to you yet. So you've got a really strong storm. The one that's been causing all those problems up there by Perry in Orlando. We've heard about the big hail and stuff that's been happening up there. That's still going to come through your area. It's just to the north and west right now. Lots of thunder, lots of lightning. But it's nothing else right now. You know, you'll see a new special weather statement or severe thunderstorm warning here soon for Stillwater. The thing about this is I don't know how long it's going to last. It could last a while. It took a long time for the storm to get past Perry. So flooding is something that we might have to be a little bit concerned about here in Stillwater tonight. Tulsa's still, in front of the line. It'll be a little while before we have to worry about Tulsa. There are some storms that are forming around Tulsa right now that we'll have to watch just in case. But for the most part, things are fine in Tulsa, at least for the next little bit. Lots of people are talking about Claremore. Similar story. You're in front of the line. Let me make this simple. Let me turn on the MRMS, the radar here. So if you are on this side of the line, storms are coming. If you're on this side of the line, storms have came. And they're not coming again. Does that make sense? So lots of people are asking about Tulsa. You're on this side of the line. Oklahoma City, you're on this side of the line. Wichita, you're done. Topeka, you're done. All the places in front of the line, you're not done. Another spooky cloud from Raymore, Missouri. Thank you for sending that in. One tornado warning and 13 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Our most recent one that honestly I'm surprised we haven't even looked at it yet is in Oklahoma. It's for Pawnee and Osage counties in Oklahoma. This includes Cleveland, Osage, Hominy. It includes Pawnee, Skiddy, Jennings, Marmac, Hallett, Westport, places like that. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. The Cleveland Municipal Airport's in there. The Jennings and Cleveland elementary schools and the independent school are also in the path here of the strongest part of the storm. We also haven't taken a look at this particular warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Labette and Montgomery counties in Kansas. Also packing 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1.25 inch in diameter hail. The Old Katy Hospital is currently experiencing some of those conditions right now, and we're expecting that this is going to move towards Oswego in the next little bit. We haven't looked at this one. This is a newer one for Girard, Pittsburgh, and Fort Scott in Kansas. That's going to be Bourbon and Crawford County, Kansas. 60-mile-per-hour winds, less than 1 inch in diameter hail. Radar indicated until 10:15 Eastern, 9:15 Central. Another warning up here in Missouri that we haven't taken a look at is going to be the one for Lafayette and Ray and Jackson counties in Missouri. 60-mile-per-hour winds is going to be the biggest deal there. Anderson County, Kansas, also under a severe thunderstorm warning. It's been 43 minutes since we've checked in on this storm in Iowa for Davis County, Iowa. That's probably going to be allowed to expire here soon, and we'll likely see the storm move completely into this other severe thunderstorm warning for Jefferson, Wapello, Washington, and Van Buren counties in Iowa. By the way, the tornado warning that was associated with the storm up here has been allowed to expire. Yeah, we're still watching those little storms that are popping up around Tulsa. None of them are really taking advantage of the atmosphere. None of them are posing a a real tornadic threat right now. So that's a good sign. Yep, this is not the last you'll be seeing me. So we've made videos just about daily leading up to this storm system. I believe that we're going to have a similar situation with our next storm system. So here's what we're looking at today, right? Enhanced risk. We've been talking about it for a while. We knew it was going to be a big storm. Tornado risk is, it's up there, but thankfully it's not realizing so far. Tomorrow, we're probably going to have a video tomorrow, but it's not necessarily going to be about this. This is just going to be some lingering showers and thunderstorms it's just going to be leftovers of what we're dealing with today. And then the real storms I think that we're going to be covering a lot over the next couple of days is going to be this next system that moves in Saturday and Sunday. We've got a day 4 slight risk of severe weather in the panhandle of Texas, a little bit of New Mexico there, and then another, pretty much the same area that was hit today. We're going to have another system or another chance for severe weather out here in the central plains. So I would not be surprised at all if we were live again Sunday with this storm. Any chance of large hail in Dallas overnight? Yeah, there's a chance that, there's some hail. There's a chance that we see some problems out here near Dallas tonight, but it doesn't look like it's going to be that significant, and it's going to be much later, okay? Let me see if I can get this to work. Let's do models. Yeah, let's remove the warnings. All right, so, and then let me load up the most recent. Yeah, so the storms likely won't be moving through Dallas until 6 a.m. Okay, so the hail threat's going to be, it's not going to be much. Okay, the wind threat's going to be the main thing that we're worried about down there, and even that's going to be on the lower end. I think our biggest problems with severe weather from now on for the rest of the night, as the tornado threat does start to go down a little bit. I think the damaging wind situation is going to be something that we have to keep an eye on for places like Sedalia, Missouri. This is around
a new tornado watch
11,
has been issued.
Or midnight tonight, Sedalia. Joplin, looks like there's a pretty good chance that we see some strong winds. Tulsa, it'll be moving through around 10 or 11 or so. Also, some strong winds and maybe a continued isolated tornado threat for eastern portions of Iowa, but that is really going to weaken very quickly as it moves closer to Chicago. Just a brief burst of wind and some cold rain in Chicago tomorrow. And then early in the morning tomorrow, we're going to be dealing with some strong winds and some heavy rain in places like St. Louis, Little Rock, Shreveport, maybe some severe weather tomorrow, especially in the afternoon and evening hours in places like Memphis. But it'll be isolated. Yeah, it'll be closer to 6 a.m. before it gets over there, but. So earlier today, we started looking at these storms that were popping up around Tulsa, and we were like, oh, okay, this is what we've got to watch. And I think rightfully so, right? If there was an opportunity for a tornado, it's going to be right here, and that still is the case right now. If for whatever reason conditions start to be more favorable for tornadoes, any storm that's going to take advantage of that is going to be right here around Tulsa or just to the north. However, there's another area. There's another area of interest that's caught my eye down here that's similar, but is actually, there's even more discrete kind of supercells down here. Now, the tornado threat might not be very high with these, but certainly the large hail and damaging winds are going to be a problem, I think, if these are allowed to continue to grow. Storm Prediction Center is also watching that same area. Sustained discrete supercell development possible. Henrietta, McAllister, Durant, Atoka, that area. It's possible that we see another tornado watch issued just for those storms. Bree says, how do warning polygons get their shapes? There have been some funky shapes tonight. So the people draw them. People draw them, and the reason they usually end up with funky shapes is because of something called CWAs. Each National Weather Service office has their own region that they're responsible for, and they can only issue warnings for that region. So let's say that we were working at the National Weather Service, and we said, this storm right here is a nice storm. It needs a warning, right? So we're going to draw ourselves a nice polygon, and we're going to click boop, the warning button. And then it's like, no, because, and I don't actually know exactly where the CWA ends here. I don't have that pulled up, but let's just say that this county right here was not in your warning area. Then you've got to shave that part of your warning off. So the polygon ends up looking more like this. You know what I'm saying? And then you call the other warning office and you're like, hey, can you complete my polygon, please? And they're like, I was already on it, man. And then, that happens. So it's a little annoying in my opinion, because sometimes if there's a storm that's on the border of like 4 different warning areas, you'll have 5 or 6 severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings issued for the same storm, all interacting and overlapping with each other in weird ways, and it's confusing. It's not efficient at all. I don't know what the answer is to that, but yeah, that's why they sometimes have weird shapes. Kansas City, the worst of the storm, I believe, is past Kansas City. Yeah. Yeah, so you're going to get one more round of decently heavy rain, but Kansas City, the worst part of the storm is past you now. It's moving into Missouri now. About 30 minutes ago, just to the northwest of Missouri City, Missouri, a Mesonet station recorded a 76 mile per hour wind gust. So we will likely see that warning be upgraded. If they take that in. I don't know where James McMullen is, but he's live now. Got a bunch of new severe thunderstorm warnings, now up to 14. We have 14 severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's go check out all of the most recent ones here. Carroll, Livingston, Sheraton, Saline, Ray, and Sullivan counties in Missouri are now under a severe thunderstorm warning until 9:30 Central. That's going to be coming right towards the General John J. Pershing Memorial Hospital. Some of the stronger winds, and if we do get any hail, would likely go near there. Okay. Also, watch out over there near the Hugginsville Airport. That's not all. There's another new severe thunderstorm warning for Stillwater. So we've got some people watching in Stillwater, I know. 60 mile per hour winds, inch and a quarter in diameter. Hail is going to be possible from now until probably for the next 40 minutes or so. Some places in the path here are the W.E. Anderson Stadium and the Cowgirl Stadium. Yalba, are you there? Oh, wait. Yalba, are you there?
Ryan, I'm doing great. Ready to whip up some weather wisdom for you. What's
Right,
on your
We've
meteorology?
got a severe thunderstorm warning for Payne, Lincoln, Logan counties in Oklahoma. It's heading towards the Cowgirl Stadium near Langston. What goes on there? The Cowgirl Stadium in Oklahoma near Stillwater and Langston.
Ryan, Cowgirl Stadium is the home field for Oklahoma State University's Cowgirl softball team in Stillwater. As that severe storm heads towards Langston, it might brush Stillwater, so keep an eye on those cumulonimbus clouds. Safety first for all those softball fans.
What about the W.E. Anderson Stadium?
W.E. Anderson Stadium, also known as the Stadium at Langston, is home to Langston University's football team, the Langston Lions. With that severe thunderstorm approaching, the game plan should include some weather monitoring. Lightning and high winds aren't great for football or spectators. Keep those umbrellas handy, Ryan.
All right, thank you.
Always happy to help, Ryan. If you need any more weather updates or fun facts, just holler.
The storm down here near Gracemont, Oklahoma, is looking more and more significant, I guess, with some of the more recent scans. Definitely think that it's possible that we have larger than 1 inch in diameter hail coming towards Gracemont in Oklahoma. Make sure you guys get ready for that. And that storm's also going to be moving up towards Oklahoma City. So y'all get ready. This is still coming for you. By the way, we've been live now for 5 hours. Okay. We're going to keep going. We're going to keep going at least until these storms have cleared Oklahoma City. If we need to keep going after that, we will. But otherwise, we're just going to be here until they clear Oklahoma City. Hopefully, things stay relatively calm and we don't need to go any longer than that. But we will if needed. And Riley keeps suggesting that I show you guys something that I've been working on, and we might do that. We might do that if things calm down just a little bit. Man, there's some crazy cloud to ground lightning in the Lawton, Oklahoma camera there. Oklahoma Department of Transportation hooking it up tonight with the amazing lightning views. Same thing for Missouri Department of Transportation. Super thankful for all of the Department of Transportations that have live cameras. Half the states in the United States just have still images every 5 minutes. That's so 1990. Let's get it together, Kentucky, Illinois, Ohio. I'm trying to think. Texas. Lots of people are saying stay until it clears Tulsa. That we'll make that decision after it clears Oklahoma. If it looks like it ain't gonna, if we don't have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning lined up for Tulsa after this gets past Oklahoma City, we might not. But it looks like we actually will. That storm that's going through Stillwater right now is going to be the one that eventually comes into Tulsa. So it'll be strong. Here's a graphic from Norman, Oklahoma. Severe thunderstorm risk is increasing. The greatest thunderstorm risk is going to be through 11 p.m. Large hail, damaging winds, and possible tornadoes. About 20 minutes ago in Utica, Missouri. Do we got anybody that live near Utica, Missouri? There was a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust reported. Our newest severe thunderstorm warning that we have not flown to yet is going to be for Crawford and Cherokee counties in Kansas. Hail, 1.25 inch in diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible out here. Places like the Oswego Municipal Airport are in the path. West Mineral, Monmouth, Cherokee, and Weir are in the path there. Get ready. Also, new warning for Washington County, Oklahoma, and northwestern portions of Tulsa County, Oklahoma. This includes Barnesdall and Bartlesville. Severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds until 9:30 Central. Places like the Cleveland Independent School and Sooner Park need to be getting a shelter or getting indoors away from windows, as this severe thunderstorm warning is going to continue to come right on in. And then there's another one here, another severe thunderstorm warning for El Reno, Oklahoma. Inch in diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. The Piedmont High School football stadium is in there. The lights are telling me that Caleb has something for us. Go ahead, Caleb.
Hey, Ryan, I just wanted to give you a quick update. At this point, I think I'm going to call it a night. I can't really keep up with anything here in Iowa just because of the road network. And I ended up early on, so I just kind of ran into a bunch of rain. So I'm going to hop off here for the evening, but it's been great hanging out with all of you guys. I got to get ready for actually another deployment with the Y'all Squad that we're doing next week. So I got to make sure that I'm well rested before I head out back to Florida and North Carolina early next week.
All right. Thank you so much, Caleb. Get some rest. Thank you for being out there in the hottest area today for tornado warnings, Iowa. People are just going to start asking Caleb, like, what do we do? What do we do? Where's the target area? All Force One operated by Caleb out there, and he's talking about the Y'all Squad. We're still doing stuff in North Carolina. Helene is probably the biggest, the craziest storm that we've covered, and it's unbelievable. Like we're still doing it. So Caleb and a few others are going to go back to North Carolina, and we're going to do more. We're going to try to help out as many people as possible. Thanks to you guys and the amazing amount of resources we were able to raise during that. Thankfully, I don't think we're going to have to do much fundraising tonight for any of these storms. So far, the damage has been minimal. Oh, that's a good one. Look at this. This is actually cool. You complete my polygon. That's so cool. We got to do that. Lock it down. Imagine wearing that shirt. Somebody's like, whoa, what's that? Well, let me tell you about CWAs and the bureaucracy behind tornado warnings. Do you got an hour? Claremore, Oklahoma. Lots of people are asking about this place. It is still on the watch list. Those storms that we've been watching around Tulsa continue to, try to, produce storms that can take advantage of this environment and produce tornadoes. These are the kinds of storms that we really have to watch around Claremore. So far, nothing. Like, it's not even severe. But these little dangly bits hanging off these little storms here can get dangerous. We're watching them. We'll let you know if there's any developments. About 30 minutes ago, 3 miles southeast of Fort Cobb, Oklahoma, a Mesonet station recorded a 71 mile per hour wind gust. So we definitely have the wind and hail portion of the forecast is more than verified. Definitely a warranted enhanced risk of severe weather. Dallas, we're not expecting anything down there until much later tonight, closer to the early morning hours tomorrow. Once again, about 30 minutes ago, trees down near Broadway, near Guthrie, Oklahoma. So we've got, reports now from the storm that we were dealing with back here near Cedar Valley and Crescent, moved through Guthrie. And now we're hearing that there are trees in the road and that kind of stuff near Guthrie. Same thing's probably happening in Stillwater. We'll probably hear some reports out of Stillwater and Perkins here soon. Also, the World Series is tied 5-5. It's the bottom of the fifth. Just in case anybody was wondering. Yeah, we expect to see some storms in Dallas tonight into the early morning hours tomorrow. Same thing for places like Springfield, Missouri. Later in the day tomorrow, Memphis could see some storms. A lot of people are talking about Stillwater, Oklahoma. This is one of the places where we do have an ongoing severe thunderstorm warning. In fact, right now, Stillwater, it should be storming. I'm surprised that there are people in Stillwater that are asking what's going to happen. So there is a storm, and it's going to continue to storm. We should be having 60-mile-per-hour winds, up to 1.5-inch in diameter hail in and around Stillwater. That's going to be moving over towards
tornado
Ripley,
watch has
Cushing,
been
and
issued.
Yale here in the next little bit. Noble, Lincoln, and Logan counties are under a severe thunderstorm warning. That new warning that we just saw there is for Oklahoma City. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Canadian, Oklahoma, and Logan counties. This is the northwestern side of Oklahoma City. So some of the strongest parts of the storm, the larger hail and the 60-mile-per-hour winds, will be expected near the Caribou Airport, Higley Field, potentially up there near the Oakwood Springs Hospital and the Mercy Rehabilitation Hospital. Also, if you know where the Stompin' Grounds Market is, that's pretty much in line with where some of the larger hail could be happening here soon. Hey, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma City. Some places that are in the path are the Stompin' Grounds Market. What do you know about the Stompin' Grounds Market in Oklahoma City?
Ryan, the Stomping Grounds Market is a popular spot in Oklahoma City. It's known for its local vendors, unique crafts, and tasty food. If the storm heads that way, folks should definitely take cover, stay weather aware, and maybe grab a funnel cake to go.
So it sounds like it's not like a big shopping mall. Funnel cake. Well, you guys know what I'm talking about. Another wind damage report coming in from Guthrie, Oklahoma. Trees down on Broadway near camp, and it's blocking the entire southbound lane. Sorry, reading. Stillwater. Stillwater's still under severe thunderstorm warning. The biggest part of the storm is honestly in Stillwater right now. Will Tulsa get any rain? Yeah, some parts of Tulsa are getting rain right now. There's a pretty large storm coming for Tulsa, actually. We did get a new mesoscale discussion as well. This is from the Storm Prediction Center. Damaging wind and an isolated tornado threat is going to be possible through this evening. A downstream severe thunderstorm watch will be needed, but the eastern extent is uncertain. The corridor of most likely wind and tornado risk is going to be right there between Joplin, Springfield, and Jefferson City. We expect the northern part of the line to weaken a little bit faster, I guess. The storm that just went through Stillwater is now moving into Yale and Cushing. Get ready. Our most recent severe thunderstorm warning is way up yonder in Missouri. We're talking about Vernon County, Missouri. The Nevada State Hospital there in Nevada, Missouri is in the path of this thing. We've got 60-mile-per-hour winds possible, especially over there near places like the Backpack Campground. Interstate 49 between Lamar and Nevada, Missouri is going to be a slightly more dangerous place to drive thanks to this storm over the next little bit. We only have one considerable severe thunderstorm warning right now. It's for Gracemont, Oklahoma. We've got 70-mile-per-hour winds possible, 1-inch in diameter hail. Yeah, that's the strongest storm that we have right now, according to the warnings. Pretty strong storm though in Oklahoma City on the northwestern side of town there. Once again, 1-inch in diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. And there we go. We got lots of cameras in Oklahoma City. Here's one of them showing some of the lightning that's coming in. It's not quite there yet. It's not in town yet, but you can see it coming in the distance there. Nevada. Gotcha. Lots of people are still asking about tomorrow. There's not much to talk about tomorrow. Marginal risk of severe weather from southern portions of Michigan down through Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, western Kentucky, western Tennessee into the mid-Mississippi River Valley, and then maybe portions of Louisiana and eastern Texas. Not looking like it's going to be much of anything, to be honest with you. But we will have a video tomorrow. We might talk a little bit about that, but we're going to kind of shift our focus to the future. Saturday and Sunday looks like it's going to be intense once again in this area. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's check it out. This is also going to be for portions of Oklahoma City on the western side. This includes Tuttle, Yukon, Union City, places like that. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Grady and Canadian counties in Oklahoma. 1-inch in diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. St. Anthony Hospital's in the path here, as well as the Baker Airstrip. So get ready for that. All right, here's pretty much all of our cameras now are focused on the Oklahoma City area, as this is where the strongest storms are kind of culminating on. Lots of lightning with these. So we're going to watch the storm come in live to Oklahoma City. All right, so still getting more and more reports in from places like Wheeling, Missouri. We talked about that, earlier. This is about 30 minutes ago or so. Emergency manager is saying that there's downed trees reported in Wheeling, multiple houses damaged as well in the Wheeling, Missouri area. There's been no touchdowns, right? As far as we know, there's nothing 100% confirmed, no. All right, we just got a new warning. Speaking of Missouri, we just got a new warning in Missouri associated with the very storm that is kind of sparking a lot of the reports. This is not, it doesn't look like this is going to have like 70 mile per hour winds or anything, but we do have potentially 60 mile per hour winds getting ready to move into the Pettis, Lafayette, Saline, Henry, Cass, and Johnson counties, that portion of Missouri here. Warrensburg is included. Noster is included. Concordia is also included in this warning. Some places in the path here are going to be the Higginsville Airport, also the Pleasant Green School, and we can't forget about Windsor down here. You're also in the path as well. If you know anybody out here, let them know. Strong winds are coming, heavy rain, and some small hail. Elijah is telling me that there's no SPC reports of tornadoes, but 2 chaser possible tornadoes today. So we've, maybe seen or heard about some tornadoes through chasers. All right, Tulsa County is under a severe thunderstorm warning now. Let's go fly to it. Western side of town. This is storm chaser James McMullen is in Tulsa. I don't know if he's live, but just keep that in mind. But yeah, our newest warning here is going to be for Pawnee, Osage, and Tulsa counties in Oklahoma. 1 inch in diameter hail, 60 mile per hour winds. The Cleveland Independent School's in the path here. Some of the stronger winds might go over towards Prayer Mountain. If you know where those places are, get indoors. Quite the contrast between this stream and the last one. Last one, we were honestly surprised by the amount of tornado warnings that we had so many. This time, things have gone quite well, I would say. Hopefully that doesn't change. And hopefully we're nearing the end of this severe weather outbreak. But right now, we've still got a pretty dangerous storm coming into the Oklahoma City and Tulsa areas. We're going to keep an eye on this for you guys in Missouri as well. Why not? Why not? New warning. For Crawford and Bourbon counties in Kansas. 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. Get ready over there towards, what is that called? Frontenac, Pittsburgh, Kansas. You guys are in for a pretty strong storm here. Yeah, the wind shear tonight is strong. It's exactly what we thought it was going to be. Lots of wind shear. But there has been, the storms that have popped up out in front of the main line have not been allowed to become strong enough. Essentially, that's the easiest way to put it. Like the reason why we haven't seen tornadoes. If you run a simulation of this exact storm system 100 times, 50 of them will probably produce significant tornadoes. 50 of them will end up like this. New update from the Storm Prediction Center. Severe threat persists through the rest of the evening for Tulsa, Oklahoma City, McAllister. Down trees reported in Wheeling, Missouri. Once again, another Wheeling, Missouri report. So the storm's really starting to move into
a new tornado watch has been
Oklahoma
issued.
City now. You can see what that's going to look like here on the western side, or I guess I should say the northern side of town. If you're on the southern side of town, if you're closer to Mustang, places like Valley Brook, Midwest City, it probably doesn't seem like there's even a storm. You can hear the thunder, you can see the lightning and all that stuff, but the most of the precipitation and most of the intense parts of the storm right now in Oklahoma City are occurring on the northwestern side of town. Yukon, Piedmont, probably the best chance to see hail in the next little bit near Oklahoma City is going to be near Edmond. We got ourselves a new severe thunderstorm watch. This one's going to go all the way until 4 a.m. Thursday, a couple tornadoes possible. Hail up to ping pong size is possible. 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible. This is, once again, go to all the way through 4 a.m. Kirksville, Hannibal, Jefferson City, Springfield, the I-44 corridor over there near Fort Leonard. Not a tornado watch, but a couple tornadoes certainly still possible in central Missouri tonight. Chillicothe, Missouri. Semi truck flipped over on Highway 36. That's from an emergency manager in Chillicothe, Missouri. So we're going to check in on our storms in Missouri right after we look at that latest severe thunderstorm warning, which now includes the southeastern part of Oklahoma City as well. That is that's interesting. You can see here the wind, the gust front, the rain cooled air coming out from under the storm is kind of beating the actual precipitation. So there's probably going to be some really strong winds just associated with this. You see that little line out in front of the storm there. So you'll probably feel a big burst of wind associated with that. And you're feeling that right now, but that's coming soon in Newcastle, Moore, Midwest City, and Choctaw as well. But this new warning for Oklahoma City, it's Cleveland County, Oklahoma County, and McLean counties. Some of the big places in here are going to be the One Care Health, the J.D. McCarthy Medical Center, the Will Rogers Airport. Of course, you've got Denison Park as well. So, yeah, storm chaser Adam Lucio is in the area. Not sure if he's seeing anything right now, but there's eyes.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
And there's that severe thunderstorm watch. Will this storm hit North Carolina? The overall storm system will, to some degree, but it won't be. It's not going to be like this. "12 severe thunderstorm warnings. The most recent one is over here near Claremore.
A new severe
so our storm that we've
thunderstorm
been
watch
watching,
has been
that,
issued.
honestly, this one's got a decent little tornado possibility with it. It's not anything significant, but we've been watching this one to see if it's going to start turning, twisting anymore. So far, it's not posed much of a problem, but it is getting stronger, and now we do believe that it's capable of producing maybe some 1.25 inches hailstones, some 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is going to be moving up towards Foyil, Chelsea, and Venta, the I-44 corridor between Adair and Claremore there. Some heavy rain and some large hail is going to be possible. Also, if you know where the dam site is over there near the Spencer Creek, that's kind of where some of the stronger winds and larger hail are going to be possible. Riley, go ahead.
Hey Ryan, I have the worst news yet today. The New York Yankees are leading the Dodgers 6-5 with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th.
All right, thank you, Riley. 6-5. Bottom of the 6th. Where are they playing?
They're in New York right now.
Oh, okay. All right, I keep saying that we're going to go check on our storms in Missouri. Now we actually are, because we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Missouri. This one's going to be for Kirksville, La Plata. Am I saying that right, y'all? La Plata, Macon. 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible here. This is going to be from Macon and Adair counties in Missouri. The Schneiderfield Airport, Truman State University. These are some of the places that are in the path here. Of course, we've got Elmer, the Highway 63 corridor between Kirkville and Macon. Stay off them roads. Get indoors if you can. Don't you guys love it when I say a town name two totally different ways and then ask if I'm saying that right? If you respond yes or no, you're correct. Like, you know, like some people saying yes could be correct. Some people saying no. Daisy.
Okay.
Daisy sent this video in from Claremore, Oklahoma, about 10 minutes ago. Quite the light show sitting on the porch. Yes, we're from Oklahoma. That is quite the light show there. Once again, that's one of the newest severe thunderstorm warnings that was just issued not too long ago for Claremore and areas just to the north and east. You can fix that. Look, I can do it too. It's left click or right click, and then you can orient it. In the back room, our radar got turned upside down, so doing a little bit of tech support. It got flipped.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued. A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Yep, our storm just to the south and west of Oklahoma City does have that considerable severe thunderstorm tag on it. 70-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible in Tuttle, Yukon, and Mustang over the next little bit. St. Anthony Hospital's in the path here, the Minco Junior High School. How about you over there near Stinchcombe Wildlife? That park there, this is where some of those really strong winds are about to come through in Canadian and Grady counties in Oklahoma. Yeah, we're looking at more storms this weekend, Saturday and Sunday especially. Monday might feature some strong storms. We're not sure how the storm system will impact people or even where it will be on election day, but the storm system will be with us that far into the future, and we'll be talking about weather then. Like I don't think we're going to enter a quiet period anytime soon. The only people that I think are going to have to deal with weather tomorrow during the Halloween stuff is going to be from Michigan down through Indiana, Illinois, Western Kentucky, Western Tennessee, maybe a little bit of Arkansas, Louisiana, East Texas, Northwest Mississippi. Those are the places where you might get rained out if you're doing some outdoor trick-or-treating. As we see a huge increase in rain in the central portion of the U.S. over the next week or so, we're going to see a big decrease in the Northeast. Wildfire risk is going to continue to be a problem up there. Cedar Rapids. Some people are asking about Cedar Rapids. There's a storm coming through. It is quite special. It's got a special weather statement. And that special weather statement reads 40 mile per hour winds, potentially. Gusty winds could cause minor tree limb damage. And that's it. Cedar Rapids, it's coming through now. A garden variety thunderstorm. It'll last about 30 minutes. And then it is going to rain all night, or most of the night, I should say. But it won't be as intense as what we're dealing with maybe right now. Kirksville, Macon, still got a storm on its way to you, 60 mile per hour winds. This warning goes all the way until 11:15 Eastern, 10:15 Central. Another storm down here near Warrensburg. This one actually looks a little bit stronger. It's moving into Sweet Springs and Knob Noster next. 60 mile per hour winds are possible down here. And then our storm up here near Claremore continues to look quite impressive. 1.25 inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds. Rogers, Mays, Craig counties, get ready. Will Rogers School, the Avian County Estates Airport, also out there in the path of this thing. Chelsea and Big Cabin, you're next in line. Yeah, we're going to get a lot of rain over the next week in Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma. The big red blob in the middle of the country there, it's going to be a rainy week. But it's very possible that we don't see a drop of rain, for example, in Raleigh, North Carolina, Richmond, Virginia, Philadelphia. So it's just going to keep being dry over there.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
We've got 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. No tornado warnings. We've been streaming now for 6 hours. It's 10:36 p.m. on the East Coast, which is where I am. The weather house is calm. Yo. $70 degrees outside. Not much happening here. Storm to the west of Tulsa continues to look quite strong. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Pawnee, Creek, and Osage counties in Oklahoma. That storm's eventually going to move into Tulsa. I think it's safe to say that the tornado threat at this point is going down quite significantly. However, the wind threat and the overall severe weather threat is going to continue for quite some time. It's going to go all the way through the early morning hours tomorrow. A little bit of a lingering severe weather threat, even through the day tomorrow. Here's what it looks like right now in Pittsburgh, Kansas. That's one of the stronger storms right now. Crawford County, Kansas. That's our severe thunderstorm warning over there. We're currently, this camera is looking near the Guerrilla Village area, south of Pittsburgh. So yeah, you can see that it's a pretty intense storm. That same scene, that same kind of weather, I guess you could say, is probably what we expect in Joplin in about an hour. The same line's going to be coming through Joplin and El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Sedalia, similar scenes will be headed your way in about an hour or two as well. This is happening. Yeah, this is happening right now. This is live. Anytime you tune in here and you're wondering, is this live? We've got a live date and time right here, and it should be pretty close to your clock. If it's off by 30 minutes, refresh the page. If it's off by a couple hours or a day, you're probably watching a recorded version, which is honestly, believe it or not, is something that is a problem. We never want to remove our recorded videos, but sometimes we'll get people the day after a severe weather system. I'll see comments from somebody, and they're like, sometimes in the middle of the stream, I'll be like, "Hey, who's from Kansas?" And then like the next day, somebody in the comments of that live stream will be like, "I'm from Kansas." Like I'm watching right now. So yeah, we try to make it apparent, that we're live and all that stuff, and that we're not. Utility company in Mission Hills, Kansas is reporting down power lines and power outages near 63rd Street. Yeah, the website also tells you whether or not it's live. Pretty big special weather statement just issued for Iowa again. We currently have 6 severe thunderstorm warnings. None of them are considerable. They're all, as I like to say, of the garden variety. Some people are asking about Barnesdall, Oklahoma. You guys are kind of in this. I think the worst of it's probably over for Barnesdall. It's storming right now. It's going to continue to rain pretty heavily for the next 30 minutes or so, and then it'll be over. Tulsa, it's slowly but surely coming. It's not quite there yet. It might take a while. But yeah, the storms are moving to the east. If you're in front of the line, you still got storms to go. If you're behind the line, then it's over for you for tonight. Yeah, and here's that new special weather statement that was issued in Iowa. This is for Jones, Cedar, Johnson, and Dubuque County, Iowa. We're talking about maybe some 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts, a flash of lightning here and there, and a brief heavy downpour. Nothing crazy. A little bit of a stronger storm just to the south of that. Kirksville, La Plata, Macon in Missouri. You've got a severe thunderstorm warning. And then probably one of our strongest storms right now is moving into Lamar, Missouri, Walker, and that area. We're talking about some 60-mile-per-hour winds over here. Yep, you're in the clear. Tanya, Bartlesville, it's pretty much over there. As once the rain stops, it'll be done. Freeman, Missouri. Down power lines and power outages reported in Freeman, Missouri. Most of our damage reports have came from Missouri tonight, I think. And it's minimal damage, it's just down trees here and there. New warning out here for El Dorado Springs, Lamar, Newport, Montevallo, Osceola, Lowry City, and Missouri. That's going to be Barton, Dade, and Crawford counties in Missouri. Storm reports today. I see quite a few wind reports. A couple of hail reports. No tornado reports. That's what we've got so far. All right. Y'all bot has got something for us here. While I take another bite of pizza, 1 second.
Hey, Ryan, got some fresh wind damage news for you. First up, around 10:27 p.m. Eastern, 7 miles north of McCune. A power pole and lines fell on an occupied vehicle at 580th and 40th, per the fire department. No injuries reported. Then, earlier, around 9:56 p.m. Eastern, over in Archie, Missouri, downed power lines caused outages. That info's from the utility company, estimated from radar. 2 events, no injuries, but keep an eye out.
Thank you, y'all bot. All right, so we're getting close to time to wrap up. So that's probably what we're going to start doing right now. Once again, we're going to have storms throughout the night. Don't let your guard down if you're out in front of these things. Don't be scared. Be prepared. Have a way of getting warnings tonight. But the worst of the storm is over. Everybody give yourselves a round of applause, a pat on the back. We got through it. Once again, lots of you are, it's still coming, but it's not, there's nothing crazy going on right now. We're not going to end the stream just yet. We're going to go for a couple more minutes. We're going to continue to monitor the radar through a project I've been working on. We're going to do this for just a couple minutes upon Riley's request. So give me just a second here. I've got to figure out how I'm going to show this. Bear with me. Yeah, you guys are probably going to want to turn it down back there. All right, so something that I've been trying to do is learn how to code. It's an interest. You know what I'm saying? And one of the fun things, one of the ways that I've taught myself a little bit on how to do that is by developing a little game. It's nowhere near done, but check this out. We've got we are a storm chaser, right? We're this dot right here, and this is essentially a radar, right? We can look at the map. We've got all the warnings here. This is live, real time, okay? But look, we've got a currency, we've got stamina, we've got gas in the tank, okay? We've got all these things that we've got to worry about if we were actually a storm chaser. So I can set the route here and start driving into this storm. Yeah, and this is 100% real-time, real-world radar, and I can start driving into the storm, and whenever I enter into a warning polygon, I get points for it. The big mechanism of the game is going to be, I think it's going to be predicting storm warnings. So it's going to be multiplayer, right? So like you can go out in front of the warning, right? You can go drive your little car out in front of the warning and say, okay, I'm pretty confident that there's going to be a tornado warning right here. And if a tornado warning is issued around your spotter dot, whatever you want to call this, then you are going to get points for that, and there's going to be a leaderboard and all that stuff. So that's one part of it. There's a bunch of different mechanisms to the game, but like it's different, right? If you think of a storm chasing game, you probably think of, you know, a 3D rendered world where you try to chase tornadoes and stuff. That stuff already exists, and honestly, that's probably not a good project for a first-time person just trying to learn how to code. This has taught me a lot, and I think it'll be fun. We are going to release this publicly at some point. It's not done right now, but there's a live aspect. You can go live to your subscribers, right? You can stream the storm. That's one way to generate currency. You can there's a lot of different stuff that goes on in your inventory. We've got rocket sensors that you can deploy and gather data from storms. Once again, it's all real, right? So even these lightning strikes are real. And if I click a lightning strike, I'm collecting points, right? So the point here is to kind of encourage people to look at the radar, interact with more different parts of the radar. We're going to put velocity on here, correlation coefficient, and different ways to, learn about the radar and, just have fun with it off of that. So, there's a lot of different ways that you can gain currency, which is necessary to be able to afford gas, to be able to then continue to chase. And yeah, there's a million different little features to the game that honestly, it's hard to show it off because it depends on what's going on, right? If there was a tornado warning right now, there's a lot of different things that you can do, but you can only do them if there is a tornado warning. You know what I'm saying? And also, if you hear the sounds, depending on how close you are to a storm, you'll hear thunder. If I go out here farther away from the storm, the thunder's farther in the distance. And yeah, it's been a fun project. So the main mechanism is trying to gain points, get high up on this leaderboard by predicting where you think the next warnings are going to be. And we're also there's going to be other things that you can do too. Like let's say that you don't want to just sit your little spotter dot in one spot and wait for the next warning. Well, drop a probe. All right, you can drop a probe. It lasts 30 minutes, and then. If a warning appears around your probe within the next 30 minutes, you get X amount of points. And so the cool thing about this too is data collection, right? If let's say that we've got a couple thousand people that love playing this game, the better people are at this game, it will actually create another product of its own to where we can actually look at during a live stream. It's like, okay, there's 5,000 people interacting with the radar on this game, and there's a large cluster of them think that there's about to be a tornado warning here. And like these people actually have a good track record, a good history of accurately predicting tornado warnings in the past. So it inadvertently creates a new forecasting model for predicting where tornadoes will be. So that only works if there's quite a few people playing the game that are actually good at it. I don't know if that's going to be the case or not, but it's an idea. But yeah, it's the real radar. You could check the radar, and then you can go storm chasing. You can drive into the storm. You can do things like I can measure the hail. We just measured a 0.54 inch in diameter hailstone, and that's once again based off of reality. There's likely that size hail in that storm. If we were playing this game on a day where there's a PDS severe thunderstorm warning for 4-inch in diameter hail, that would be one of the only opportunities that you could possibly have to go collect that size of a hailstone. What else? Energy drinks. You can see my stamina's going down there, so I've got to drink an energy drink. We can find local food stores, restaurants, if you will. And then, sometimes you got to navigate to them before you run out of gas. If you run out of gas, you respawn at your home location. So, you can buy a hamburger or a burrito. I can't buy anything right now because my inventory's full. My trunk is full, I should say. Same thing for wind. You can measure the wind speed, and that's going to be based off of the real possible wind speeds that are in that storm there. 44 miles per hour near Nevada, Missouri. And then mobility is a big thing, right? If there's a storm really far away, we do have airports, right? So you don't have to just wait for your little spotter dot to get there. I have dev tools. I have cheat codes, so I can actually drag my dot around. When you play the game, you won't be able to do that. But let's say that we wanted to go to Cincinnati. Oh, I don't have a ticket. You see what I'm saying? Like in a multiplayer situation where people are actually interacting with the game in a real way, it'll be pretty fun. You have to make sure you've got gas. You've got to make sure you've got stamina. You got to make sure that you're actually predicting the warnings correctly. You're in the right spot at the right time. And yeah, it's been a fun thing to help me learn how to create software, and that's a big thing that we're doing here now. We're trying to make the best software for people who do what I do, so that it makes my job easier. And I think that relaying weather in this way is probably how a lot of people are going to do it in the future. And and also it's just a big interest of mine. So yeah, it'll be free. The game will 100% be free. It doesn't have a name. I think whenever you load it up right now, it says Storm Chaser Game. It will have a name before we release it. A couple other things. If you go, the National Weather Service offices are real locations, so you can drive to them. And then you can click on them,
a new severe
enter the National Weather Service, and this is where you can exchange your hail, right? So I just collected a hailstone and a wind reading. I can exchange that for points that leads to experience that then allows me to level up and unlock new tools like the rocket sensor, research permits. I can get a research permit. Research permit allows me to then place my own research base. Once that is there, I can start research to then develop my own team of drones and probes, and there's a lot to it. And once again, the main reason that I did this was to teach myself how to, first of all, plot radar data to a map, and then also utilize the pixels of the radar data to make things happen. And that's going to help a lot whenever we're developing more serious stuff in the future. But yeah, you can see all the real warnings here, the real lightning. And also, one of the things that it's not working right now in the game. It's turned off actually, but one of the things that'll be here is real storm reports. So whenever somebody reports a downed tree or something like that in the game, you can go clean it up. And if you're the first one to go move it out of the road or whatever, you get points for that. And in a real-time situation, that might create a high-stakes, fun environment. And there's like 17 other things that I'm not thinking about right now. I've had a lot of fun just adding features to it. Now we've got to debug it and release it, which could take some time. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's ask. Yalba, are you there?
Loud and clear, Ryan. Ready to roll with more weather updates whenever you are.
All right, so you've heard me talk about this game that I'm developing. It's a storm chasing game. It takes place on a map, and you drive around and you interact with real-time live radar data to collect points and stuff like that. What should that game be called?
Sounds like a blast, Ryan. How about StormQuest Radar Runner? It's got that adventurous feel, and it hints at the real-time radar.
You got anything better than that? Oh. You got anything better than that?
Got some great weather updates, Ryan.
Oh, okay.
Looking for forecast.
Okay. I don't know if I like that one. We'll keep trying. So yeah, that's a little preview of that. Something that we've been working on. We've also been working on an app for you guys to be able to send photos and stuff to us easier, and just lots of really cool stuff. So I'm excited to share it with you. Everything that we've done so far is completely internal and it's full of bugs. It's part of learning. Tempest Run is cool. Y'all Chase. I don't know if it should be y'all. I guess everything has a y'all in it whenever we create it here, so that maybe we should continue that that trend. I don't know. All right. Well, that's it, y'all. Thanks for sticking around and watching me talk about the stuff that we've been working on. There's a lot of other stuff too that we might preview and show at the end of some of these other live streams that we're about to do as we go through the next couple of weeks. If you're interested in that stuff, just stay tuned till the end of the streams. That's when we like to talk about it. So I think that's it. Is there anything else anybody else wants to say? Is there any last minute comments, questions, or concerns from anybody or anything like that? If not, I think we can call it a day. I see lots of good name options. Keep those coming. Put them in the comments. Send them to me on Twitter. We'll put them all in a hat and we'll pick one. All right. Good night, y'all. We'll see you in the next one. Goodbye.